text 11 through 30, the Gyan Yoga, Sankhya Yoga, analysis of the body and soul. And 31 through 37, we have Sakama Karma, performing prescribed duty that gives enjoyment. In text 38 through 53, Nishkam Karma Yoga is described, or Buddhi Yoga, detached work without reactions. And it must be one-pointed in focus. 54 through 72, Stita Pragya, qualities of a liberated soul. And in verse 59, we hear of the higher taste that one has to attain. Chapter 3, Karma Yoga. Everyone must engage in some sort of activity in this material world, but actions can either bind one to this world or liberate one from it. By acting for the pleasure of the Supreme without selfish motives, one can attain liberation from the law of karma and attain transcendental knowledge of the Self and the Supreme. In texts 1 through 2, Arjuna's confusion of renunciation or action. Text 3 through 9, Nishkama Karma Yoga is better for Arjuna than Gyan Yoga, Krishna describes. Verse 9, everyone is meant to perform their duties for the satisfaction of Krishna or Yajna. And if you don't, then it causes bondage. Text 10 through 16, we hear the cycle of sacrifice, beginning with the Lord. Text 17 through 35, we have Nishkam Karma Yoga, to set the right example, prescribed action without attachment. And we hear the verse, Yad yad acharati shreshtas, whatever action a great man performs, common men follow. Text, and then that's chapter 2, or chapter 3. Oh, here. And then verses 36 through 43, Arjuna inquires about what leads one to sinful activity, and Krishna describes lust, and how it's conquering lust, the greatest enemy. Okay, chapter 4. Transcendental knowledge, chapter 4. Transcendental knowledge, the spiritual knowledge of the soul, of God, and of their relationship, is both purifying and liberating. Such knowledge is the fruit of selfless devotional action, karma yoga. The Lord explains the remote history of the Gita, the purpose and significance of his periodic descents to the material world, and the necessity of approaching a guru, a realized teacher. So in chapter 4, texts 1 through 4, we hear the lineage of transcendental knowledge, or the parampara. Text 5 through 10, the divine nature of Lord Krishna's appearance, yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata. That's wherever religion is declining and irreligion is predominant, then again he descends himself, and to annihilate the miscreants and to bring pleasure to the devotees. In texts 11 through 15, we hear Krishna, the creator and culmination of all paths. In verse 11, Krishna describes that as all surrender unto him, he rewards them accordingly, that everyone follows his path in all respects. Krishna is the creator of 4 varnas. That's described in text 13. 16 through 24, we understand Krishna on the platform of Gyan, karma, akarma, or we hear about karma, akarma, and vikarma, and also inaction and action. Text 25 through 33, attaining Gyan by yagyas, or by various yagyas, sacrifices for different types of people. And 34 through 42, the method to attain the truth, or tadvidi pradipratena. So this is approaching the spiritual master, and then results and glories of attaining Gyan are described in text 42. So, chapter 5, we have Karma Yoga, action in Krishna consciousness. Outwardly performing all actions, but inwardly renouncing their fruits, the wise man, purified by the fire of transcendental knowledge, attains peace, detachment, forbearance, spiritual vision, and bliss. In text 5, the Karma Yoga, verse 1, Arjuna's questions he puts before Krishna. Karma Yoga or sannyas, what's he asking for? In text 2 through 6, Karma Yoga is described to be equal to but easier than sannyas. 7 through 16, performing Nishkam Karma Yoga, that frees one from bondage, is described. In text 7 specifically, it said, Yoga Yukta Vishuddhatma Vijitatma Jitendriyaha, that one who works in devotion, who is a pure soul, and who controls his mind and senses is dear to everyone, and everyone is dear to him. Though always working, such a man is never entangled. So Krishna is emphasizing the spirit of renunciation and work over the order of renunciation. 17 through 29, we hear about liberation by focusing on the Supreme. And then we hear text 18, Vidya Vinaya Sampane Brahmane Kavi Hastani. That the humble sages, by virtue of true knowledge, they see with equal vision a learned, gentle Brahman, a cow, an elephant, a dog, and a dog-eater. And then text 29, Bhoktaram Yagitapasam Sarvaloka Maheshwaram Suhridam Sarvabhutanam Gyatva Mam Shantam Richati. A person in full consciousness of Krishna, or he says me, knowing me to be the ultimate beneficiary of all sacrifices and austerities, the supreme lord of all planets and demigods, and the benefactor and well-wisher of all living entities, attains peace from the pangs of material misery. So this is the peace formula given by Krishna. And that's the last verse of chapter 5. In chapter 6, Dhyan Yoga. So Ashtanga Yoga, a mechanical meditative practice, controls the mind and senses and focuses concentration on the Paramatma, the Supersoul, the form of the Lord situated in the heart. This practice culminates in Samadhi, full consciousness of the Supreme. So in chapter 6, text 1 through 9, Krishna describes advancing in the Ashtanga Yoga system. He describes the different limbs, the 8 limbs of yoga, and then also mentions how the mind can be our friend or it can be our worst enemy. And that one must be able to deliver oneself with the help of his mind and not degrade oneself. Text 10 through 32, stages of Ashtanga Yoga practice are described. So, verse 17, one who is regulated in his habits can mitigate all material pain by yoga, it's described. In text 26, wherever the mind goes, bring it back. And we hear in 33 through 36 verses, the mind control, because Arjuna describes that this system is too difficult, because controlling the mind is more difficult than controlling the wind. That's in verse 34. And then Krishna says, yes, it's very difficult, but it's possible by suitable practice and detachment. That's in verse 35. So in 37 through 45, Arjuna asks about unsuccessful yogis, and Krishna describes their destination. And 46 through 47, Krishna instructs Arjuna to be a yogi, and the best of all yogis is a bhakti yogi. Krishna describes it. Text 47, Yogi mam api sarvesham madgatein antaratmana shadavan bhajate yoman same yukta tamo mataha. That of all yogis, the one with great faith who always abides in me, thinks of me within himself and renders transcendental loving service to me. He is the most intimately united with me in yoga and is the highest of all. That is my opinion. That's the summarization of chapters 1 through 6 of the Bhagavad Gita. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
अथ प्रथमोऽध्यायः धृतराष्ट्र उवाच धर्मक्षेत्रे कुरुक्षेत्रे सामवेतायुयुत्सवा मामका पाण्डवश्चैव किं कुर्वत सञ्जय
सञ्जय उवाच दृष्ट्वा तु पाण्डवानीकं व्यूढं दुर्योधनस्तदा आचार्यम् उपसंगम्य राजा वचनम् अब्रवीत्
पश्येतां पाण्डुपुत्राणाम् आचार्यमाहतिं चमूं युद्धं द्रुपदपुत्रेण तव शिष्येन धीमता
अत्र सूरा महेश्वासा भीमार्जुनसमायुधि युयुधानो विराटश्च द्रुपदश्च महारथः
दुष्टकेतुश्चकेतिना कशिराजश्च वीर्यवान् पुरुजित् कुन्तिभोजश्च शैव्यश्च नरपङ्गवा
युधामन्युश्च विक्रान्त उत्तमौजाश्च वीर्यवान् सुभद्र द्रौपदेयाश्च सर्व एव महारथाः
अस्माकं तु विशिष्टाये धन्यबोधद्विजोत्तमा नायका मामसन्यस्य संजनार्थं तन्ब्रह्मैमि ते
भवान् भीष्मश्च कर्णश्च कृपश्च समितिञ्जय अश्वत्थामा विकर्णश्च सौमादत्तिस्तथैव च
अन्ये च बहवः शूरा મદર્થે ત્યાક્તજીદુતા નાનાશાસ્ત્રાપહારના સર્વે યુદ્ધ વિશારદા
અપર્યાપ્તમ તદસ્માકમ બલમ ભીષ્માભિરક્ષિતમ પર્યાપ્તમ ત્વિદમ એતેષાં બલમ ભીમાભિરક્ષિતમ
આયાનેષુ ચ સર્વેષુ યથા ભાગમવિષ્યતા ભીષ્મમવ્યભિષન્તુ ભવन्तः સર્વ એવ હિ
તસ્ય સંજનયન હર્ષમ કુરુ વૃદ્ધ પિતામહ સિંહાનાદમ વિનાદ્યોચ્ચૈ શંખમ દદ્મૌ પ્રતાપવાન
તથા શંખશ્ચ ભૈર્યશ્ચ પનવનકઘોમુકા સાહસેવ્યભયન્યન્તા સા શબ્દસ્તુ મલોભવત
તત શ્વેતૈર્હયૈર્યુક્તે માતિસ્યन्दने સ્થિતौ માધવ પાંડવશ્ચૈવ દિવ્યૌ શંખૌ પ્રદદ્મતુઃ
પંચજન્યમ ઋષિકેશો દેવદત્તમ ધનંજયા પૌંદ્રમ દદ્મમહાશંખમ ભીમકર્મવૃકોદરા
અનંત વિજયન રાજા કુંતીપુત્રો યુધિષ્ઠિર નકુલ સદેવશ્ચ સુઘોષ મણિપુષ્પકૌ
કશ્યશ્ચ પરિમેશશ્ચ શિખંડી ચ મહારથા ધૃષ્ટદ્યુમ્નવ્રાતશ્ચ શત્યેકશ્ચ પરાજિતા
દ્રુપદો દ્રૌપદેયાશ્ચ સર્વશ્ચ પૃથિવીપતે સૌભદ્રશ્ચ મહાબાહુ શંખાન દદ્મુ પૃથક પૃથક
સાઘોષોદારરાષ્ટ્રાણામ હૃદયાની વ્યાદરત નભશ્ચ પૃથિવં ચૈવા તુમલોભ્યો નનાદયન
અથ વ્યવસ્થિતાન દૃષ્ટ્વા ધાર્તરાષ્ટ્રાન કપિધ્વજ પ્રવૃત્તે શાસ્ત્રસંપાતે ધનુરુદ્યમ્ય પાંડવ ઋષિકેશમ તદા વાક્યમ ઇદમ આહ મહીપતે
અર્જુન ઉવાચ સેનયોરુભયોર્मध्ये રાથં સ્થાપયામેચ્યુત્યા યાવદેતર્નિક્ષિક્ષેહં યોધુકમનવસ્થિતં કેર્મયા સાહયોદયम्
અસ્મિन् રાણા સમુદ્યમે
યોત્સ્યમાનम् અવિક્ષેહં યા એતેऽત્ર સમાગતા તરત્રાષ્ટ્રાય દુર્બધે યુધે પ્રિય ચિકીર્ષવા
સંજય ઉવાચ એવમ ઉક્તો ઋષિકેશો ગુડાકેશન ભારત સેનયોરુભયોર્मध्ये સ્થાપયિત્વા રથોત્તમम्
ભીષ્મદ્રોણા પ્રમુખતા સર્વેષાં ચ મહિષિતાम् ઉવાચ પાર્થ પશ્યતાન સામવેતં કુરુનિતિ
તત્રાપશ્યત સ્થિતાન પાર્થ પિતॄન અથ પિતામહાન આચાર્યાન માતુલાન ભાતॄન પુત્રાન પૌત્રાન સખીંસ્તથા સ્વશુરાન સુહૃદશ્ચૈવ સેનયોરુભયોરપી
તાન સમીક્ષ્ય સ કૌન્તેય સર્વં બંધૂનવિષ્ઠિતાન કૃપયા પરયાવિષ્ટો વિષીદન્નિર્ધમબ્રવીત
દૃષ્ટ્વેમમ અર્જુન ઉવાચ દૃષ્ટ્વેમમ સ્વજનમ કૃષ્ણ યુયુત્સું સમુપસ્થિતમ સીદન્તિ મમ ગાત્રાણિ મુખમ ચ પરિશુષ્યતિ
વેપતુશ્ચ શરીરે મે રોમા હર્ષશ્ચ જાયતે ગંધેવં સમસત્તિસ્તત ત્વક્ષેવા પરિધાયતે
ન ચ શક્નોમ્યવસ્થાતું બ્રહ્મતીવ ચ મે મન નિમિત્તાની ચ પશ્યામિ વિપરીતાની કેશવ
નાચશ્રયોનુપાસ્યામિ હત્વા શાર્જાનમાહવે નાકંક્ષે વિજયં કૃષ્ણ નાચ રાજ્યં સુખાનિ ચ
કિમ નો રાજેન ગોવિંદ કિમ ભોગૈર્જીવિતેન વા येषाम् अर्थे काङ्क्षितं नो राज्यं भोगा सुखानि च
તા ઇમેવ સ્થિતા યુધે પ્રાણં ત્યક્ત્વા ચ આચાર્ય પિતરા પુત્રસ્તથૈવ ચ પિતામહ
मातुला स्वशुरा पौत्रा श्याला सम्बन्धिनस्तथा एतान् न हन्तुमिच्छामि ज्ञातोऽपि मधुसूदन
अपि त्रैलोक्यराजस्य हेतो किं नु मही कृते निहत्यादार्तराष्ट्रन्ना का प्रतीक्षार्जनार्दन
पापम् एवाश्रयेद् अस्मान् हत्वैतान् आततायिन तस्मान्नार्हा वयं हन्तुं धार्तराष्ट्रान् स बान्धवान् स्वजनं हि कथं हत्वा सुखिनः श्याम माधव
यद्यपि एते पश्यन्ति लोभपाहतचेतसा कुलक्षाय कृतं दोषं मित्रद्रोहे च पातकम्
कथं न ज्ञेयम् अस्माभिः पापाद् अस्मान् निवर्तितुं कुलक्षये कृतं दोषं प्रपश्यद्भिर्जनार्दन
कुलक्षाय प्रणाशन्ति कुलधर्मः सनातनः धर्मे नाश्च कुलं कृष्णम् अधर्मोऽभिव्यवतुता
अधर्माभिविवात् कृष्ण प्रदुष्यन्ति कुलश्रिया स्त्रीषु दुष्टासु वार्ष्णेय जायते वर्णशङ्कर
शङ्करो नरकायैव कुलघानां कुलस्य च पतन्ति पितरो येषां लुप्तपिण्डोर्गक्रिया
दोषैरेतैः कुलज्ञानां वर्णशङ्करकारकै उच्चादन्ते जातिधर्मा कुलधर्माश्च शाश्वताः
उत्सना कुलधर्माणां मनुष्याणां जनार्दन नरके नियतं वशो भवेत्याननाश्रमः
अहो बत महत्पापं कर्तुं व्यवसिता वयं रज्राजा सुखलोभेन हन्तुं स्वजनम् उद्यताः
यदि मम अप्रतीकारम् अशस्तं शास्त्रपन्यः धृतराष्ट्ररणे हन्योस्तन्मे क्षेमतरं भवेत्
सञ्जय उवाच एवम् उक्त्वार्जुनः शङ्खे रथोपस्थ उपाविशत् विसृज्य सशरं चापं शोकसंविघ्नमानसः ॐ
ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्ण अर्जुनसंवादे अर्जुनविषादयोगो नाम प्रथमोऽध्यायः
Hare Krishna, we have created the slide deck so that all of us can chant together. But we will be alternating between Sanskrit verses and English. English can be a bit difficult to read together, but definitely please make an attempt to chant all the Sanskrit shlokas together. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Chapter 2. Contents of the Gita summarized. Sanjaya said, seeing Arjuna full of compassion, his mind depressed, his eyes full of tears, Madhusudana Krishna spoke the following words. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, My dear Arjuna, how have these impurities come upon you? They are not at all befitting a man who knows the value of life. They lead not to higher planets, but to infamy. O son of Pritha, do not yield this disregarding impotence. It does not become you. Give up such petty weakness of heart and arise, O cherisher of enemy. Arjuna said, O killer of enemies, O killer of Madhu, how can I counterattack with arrows in battle like men, like Bhishma and Drona, who are worthy of my worthyship? It would be better to live in this world by begging than to live at the cost of lives of great souls who are my teachers. Even though desiring worldly gain, they are superiors. If they are killed, everything we enjoy will be tainted with blood. Nor do we know which is better, conquering them or being conquered by them. If we kill the sons of Dhritarashtra, we should not care to live. Yet now they're standing before us on the battlefield. Now I'm confused about my duty, and I've lost all composure because of my miserly weakness. In this condition, I'm asking you to tell me for certain what's best for me. Now I am your disciple, and I'm so soul surrendered unto you. Please instruct me. I can find no means to drive away this grief which is drying up my senses. I will not be able to dispel it even if I win a prosperous, unrivaled kingdom on earth with sovereignty like demigods in heaven. Sanjaya said, having spoken thus, Arjuna, cherisher of enemies, told Krishna, Govinda, I shall not fight, and fell silent. O descendant of Bharata, at the time Krishna, smiling in the midst of both armies, spoke the following words to grief-stricken Arjuna. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, while speaking learned words, you are mourning for what is not worthy of grief. Those who are wise lament for neither the living nor the dead. Never there was a time which I did not exist, nor you, nor all the kings, nor in the future shall any of us cease to be. As the embodied soul passes in this body from boyhood to youth to old age, the soul similarly passes into the body to death. A sober person is not bewildered by such a change. O son of Kunti, the non-permanent appearance of happiness and distress, and the disappearance in due course, are like the appearance and disappearance of winter and summer seasons. They arise from sense perception, O scorn of Bharata, and one must learn to tolerate them without being disturbed. O best among men, the person who is not disturbed by happiness and distress, and is steady in both, is certainly eligible for liberation. Those who are seers of truth have concluded the non-existent, there is no endurance, and the eternal, there is no change. This they have concluded by studying the nature of both. That which pervades the entire body you should know to be indestructible. No one is able to destroy that imperishable soul. The material body of indestructible, immeasurable, and eternal living entity is sure to come to an end. Therefore, fight, O descendant of Bharata. Neither he who thinks the living entity, the slayer, nor he who thinks is slain, and in knowledge for the self-slain is nor not is slain. For the soul there is neither birth nor death at any time. He is not come into being, does not come into being, and will not come into being. He is unborn, eternal, ever-existing, and primordial. He is not slain when the body is slain. O Bharata, how can a person who knows that the soul is indestructible, eternal, unborn, and immutable kill anyone or cause anyone to kill? As a person puts on new garments, giving up old ones, the soul similarly accepts new material bodies, giving up the old and useless ones. The soul can never be cut to pieces by any weapon, nor burned by fire, nor moistened by water, nor withered by the wind. This individual soul is unbreakable and insoluble, and can neither burned nor dried. He is everlasting, present everywhere, unchangeable, immovable, and eternally the same. It is said that the soul is invisible, inconceivable, and immutable. Knowing this, you should not grieve for the body. If, however, you think that the soul will always be born and die forever, you have no reason to lament, O mighty armed. One who has taken birth is sure to die, and after death one is sure to take birth again. Therefore, in this unavoidable discharge of your duty, you should not lament. All created beings are unmanifest in the beginning, manifest in the interim state, and unmanifest again when annihilated. So what is the need for lamentation? Some look at the soul as amazing, some describe him as amazing, and some hear of him as amazing, while others, even after hearing about him, cannot understand him at all. O descendant of Bharata, he who dwells on the body can never be slain. Therefore you need not to grieve for any living being. Considering your specific duty as a Kshatriya, you should know that there is no better engagement for you than fighting on religious principles, and so there is no need for hesitation. O Bharata, happy as the Kshatriyas whom are fighting opportunities come unsought, opening for the doors of the heavenly planets. If, however, you do not perform your religious duty of fighting, then you will certainly incur sins for neglecting your duties, and thus lose your reputation as a fighter. People will always speak of your infamy, and not for a respectable person, dishonor is worse than death. The great generals who have highly esteemed your name and fame will think that you have left the battlefield out of fear only, and thus will consider you insignificant. Your enemies will describe you in many unkind words, and scorn your ability. What could be more painful for you? O son of Kunti, either you will be killed on the battlefield and attain the heavenly planets, or you will conquer and enjoy the earthly kingdom. Therefore, get up with determination and fight. Do thou fight for the sake of fighting without considering happiness or distress, loss or gain, victory or defeat, and by doing so you shall never incur sin. Thus far I have described the knowledge to you through analytical study. Now listen as I explain in the terms of working with fugitive results. O son of Pritha, when you act in such knowledge, you can free yourself from the bondage of works. In this endeavor, there is no loss or diminution, and a little advancement on this path can protect one from the most dangerous type of fear. Those who are on this path are resolute in purpose, and their aim is one. O beloved child of the Gurus, the intelligence of those who are irresolute is many-branched. Men of small knowledge are very much attached to the flowery words of Vedas. when recommending various fruitive activities for the elevation to the heavenly planets, resilient, good birth, power, and so forth, being desirous of the sense gratification and opulent life, they say that there is nothing more than this. In the minds of those who are attached to self-enjoyment and material opulence, and those who are bewildered by such things, the resolute determination for the devotional service to the Supreme Lord does not take place. The Vedas deal mainly with the subject of the three modes of material nature. O Arjuna, become transcendental to the three modes, be free from all dualities, from all anxieties for gain and safety, and be established in the self. All those served by a small well can be served by a great reservoir of water. Similarly, all the purposes of the Vedas can be served to one who knows the purpose behind them. You have the right to perform your prescribed duty, but you're not entitled to the fruits of action. Never consider yourself the cause of the results of your activities, and never be attached to them to not doing your duty. Perform your duty equipoise. O Arjuna, abandoning all attachment or success to Pharaoh, such equanimity is called yoga. O Danyajana, keep all abominable activities far distant from devotional service, and in that the conscious surrender unto the Lord. Those who want to enjoy the fruits of their work are misers. A man engaged by devotional service rids himself from both good and bad reactions in his life. Therefore, strive for yoga, which is the art of all work. By thus engaging in devotional service to the Lord, the great sages or devotees free themselves from the results of work in the material world. In this way, they are free from the cycle of birth and death and attain the state beyond all miseries. When your intelligence has passed out of the dense forest of delusion, you shall become indifferent to all that has been heard and all that is being heard. When your mind is no longer disturbed by the flowery language of the Vedas, and when it remains fixed on the trance of self-realization, then you have attained the divine consciousness. Arjuna said, O Krishna, what are the symptoms of one's consciousness is thus merged with transcendence? How does he speak? What is his language? How does he sit? And how does he walk? The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, O Partha, when a man gives up all varieties of desire for self-gratification which arise from the mental concoction, and when his mind, thus purified, finds satisfaction in the self alone, then he is said to be in pure transcendental consciousness. One who is not disturbed in the mind is amiss from threefold miseries, or elated when there is happiness and is free from attachment. Fear and anger is called the stage of a steady mind. In the material world, one who is affected whenever good or evil he may obtain, neither praising nor depressing it, is firmly fixed in perfect knowledge. One who is able to withdraw his senses from sense objects as the tortoise draws its limbs from its shell, it is firmly fixed in perfect consciousness. Through the embodied soul may be restricted from sense enjoyment. The taste for sense objects remains, but chasing such engagements by experiencing a higher taste, he is fixed in consciousness. The senses are so strong and imperious, O Arjuna, that they forcibly carry away the mind, even of a man of discrimination who is endeavoring to control them. One who restrains his senses, keeping them under full control, and fixes his consciousness upon me, is a man of steady intelligence. While contemplating the objects of senses, a person develops attachment for them, and attachment from lust develops, and from lust anger arises. From anger complete delusion arises, and from delusion bewilderment of the memory. When memory is bewildered, intelligence is lost, and when intelligence is lost, one falls down again into the material pool. But a person free from all attachment and aversion, and able to control the senses through regulative principles of freedom, can obtain the complete mercy of the Lord. For one thus satisfied, in the threefold misery existence no longer. In such satisfied consciousness, one's intelligence is soon well established. One who is not concerned with the Supreme can have neither transcendental intelligence nor a steady mind, without which there is no possibility of peace. And how can there be any happiness without peace? As a strong wind sweeps away a boat of water, even one of the roaming senses on which the mind can focus can carry away a man's intelligence. Therefore, O mighty armed, one of the senses are restrained from the objects is certainly of a steady intelligence. What is night for all the beings is a time of awakening for self-controlled, and the time of awakening for all beings is the night of the introspective stage. A person who is not disturbed by incident flow of desires that enter like rivers into an ocean which is ever being filled but always still, can alone achieve peace, and a man who strives to satisfy such desires. A person who has given up all desires for self-gratification, who lives free from desires, who has given up all sense of proprietorship, and is devoid from false ego, he alone can attain real peace. That is the way of the spiritual and godly life, after attaining which a man is not bewildered. If one thus situated, even at the hour of death, one can enter into the kingdom of God.
Okay, now we have a whole classroom full of kids, Sunday school shloka kids. So please chant together.
अथ तृतीयोऽध्यायः अर्जुन उवाच ध्यायसे चेत् कर्मणस्ते मता बुद्धिर्जनार्दन तत्किं कर्मणि घोरे मां नियोजयसि केशव व्योमेश्वेन वाक्येन बुद्धिं मोहयसीव मे तदेकं वद निश्चित्य येन श्रेयोऽहमाप्नुयाम् श्रीभगवानुवाच लोकेऽस्मिन् द्विविधा निष्ठा पुरा प्रोक्ता मया नघ ज्ञानयोगेन साङ्ख्यानां कर्मयोगेन योगिनां न कर्मणामनारम्भात् नैष्कर्म्यं पुरुषोऽश्नुते न च सन्न्यसनादेव सिद्धिं समधिगच्छते नैकश्चित् क्षणमपि जातुतिष्ठत्य कर्मकृत् कार्यते कर्म सर्वप्रकृतिजगुणे कर्मेन्द्रियाणि संयम्य यास्ते मनसा स्मरन् इन्द्रियार्थान् विबुधात्मा मिथ्याचारः उच्यते यस्येन्द्रियाणि मनसा नियम्यारभतेऽर्जुन कर्मेन्द्रियाणि कर्मयोगम् असक्तः विशिष्यते नित्यं कुरु कर्म त्वं कर्म ज्यायो कर्मणः शरीरयात्रापिचते न प्रसिद्ध कर्मणः यज्ञार्थात् कर्मणो यत्र लोकोऽयं कर्मबन्धनः तदर्थं कर्म कौन्तेय मुक्तसङ्गसमाचर सह यज्ञः प्रजा सृष्ट्वा पुरोवाच प्रजापतिः अनेन प्रचरिष्यत्वम् एष वो शिष्टकामधुक् देवां भावयतेनेन ते देवा भावयन्तु वः परस्परं भावयन्तु वः श्रेयः परमवाप्स्यत इष्टान् भोगान् हि वो देवा तयस्ते यज्ञपाविताः तैर्दत्तानप्रद्यायेभ्यो यो भुङ्क्ते स्तेन एव सः यज्ञशिष्णुसन्तुतो मुच्यन्ते सर्वकिल्बिषै भुज्यन्ते ते तकं पापा युज्यन्ते यत्मकारणात् नानार्भवन्ति भूतानि पर्जन्यारण्यसम्भवः यज्ञात् भवन्ति पर्जन्यो यज्ञकर्मसमुद्भवः कर्म ब्रह्मोद्भवं विद्धि ब्रह्माक्षरसमुद्भवं तस्मात् सर्वगतं ब्रह्म नित्यं यज्ञे प्रतिष्ठितम् एवं प्रवर्तितं चक्रं नानुवर्तयति हयः अगायुरिन्द्रियारामो मोघं त्वार्था स जीवति यस्त्वसिष्ठश्च मानवः आत्मन्येव सन्तुष्टः तस्य कार्यं न विद्यते ऐविकस्य कृतेनादो न कृतेनेह कश्चन न चास सर्वभूतेषु कश्चित् अर्थविप्राश्रयः तस्मात् असक्तः सततं कार्यं कर्म समाचर असक्तो याचरन् कर्म परम् आप्नोति पुरुषः कर्मणैव संसिद्धिम् आश्यन्ते जनकादयः लोकसङ्ग्रहम् एवापि संसिद्धिं कर्तुमर्हसि यद्यत् आचरति श्रीशेषः तत्र एवेतरो स यत् प्रमाणं कुरुते लोकस्तद् अनुवर्तते नेमपार्थस्य कर्तव्यं त्रिषु लोकेषु किञ्चन नानवाप्तववाप्तव्यं यदि अहं न वर्तेयं जातु कर्मण्यतञ्जितं मामवर्तमानुवर्तन्ते मनुष्यपात सर्वसः उत्सीदेयरिमे लोका न कुर्यं कर्म चेदहं श्रमकृशं च सत्यहम् उपमानम् इति मन्येत् सक्तकर्मणि विद्वांसु यत् कुर्वन्ति भारत कुर्याद् विद्वांस्तदासक्तश्चिकीर्षु लोकसङ्ग्रहम् न बुद्धिभेदं जनयेत् अज्ञानं कर्मसङ्गिनां जोषयेत् सर्वकर्माणि विद्वान् युक्तसमाचरन् प्रकृतेर्क्रियमाणानि गुणैः कर्माणि सर्वशः अहङ्काराविभूतात्मा कर्तव्यम् इति मन्यते तत्त्वं तु महाबाहो गुणे कर्म विभागयोः गुणे गुणेषु वर्तन्त इति मन्यते प्रकृते कृष्णसम्भूता सज्जन्ते गुणकर्मसु तन् कृष्णो विदुमन्दं कृष्णविन्दो विनालयेत् मयि सर्वाणि कर्माणि संसार्यात्मचेतसा नैषुर्निर्मभूतेषु युद्धशास्त्रचरः ये मे मतम् इदं नित्यम् अतिष्ठन्ति मानवः श्रद्धावन्तो न सूयन्तो मुच्यन्ते तर्व्यकर्मभिः यद्यदम् अभ्यसूयन्तो नानुशन्ति माधुतं सर्वज्ञानविदुमसं तन्विद्याश्चर्यचसा सदृशं चेतस्विश्वस्य प्रकृतिं ज्ञानवानपि प्रकृतिं यान्ति भूतानि निग्रहः किं करिष्यति इन्द्रियस्यान्ते रजगुंससीमाचष्टो तयोर्नवशम् आगच्छेत् परिपन्थिनो श्रेयः स्वधर्मो विगुणः Paradharma Svashashitot Swaradharma Middanam Chayah Paradharma Vyavayava Arjuna Vacha Atakena Payuktoyam Yam Shri Bhagavan Vacha Kamesha Thojesha Rajo Gunasamudbhavan Mahapam Vetyenam Ivarinam Dume Vyanate Vagni Jarshomalena Yato Venavito Garbhas Tato Vedamavritam Avritam Jnanam Jnanino Nityavairinam Kamarupena Kaunteya Nichurina Navinacha Indriyani Manobuddhi Asyanta Gadavachate Eter Vibhuseta Jnanam Avritya Enam Tismatam Indriyani Adau Nainam Papmanam Prajahiyenam Jnana Vijnana Nashanam Indriyani Pananaru Indriya Paramana Manasasta Parabuddhi Yubuddhe Paratastasam Evam Buddhe Param Buddhva Samstavyadhyatmanachasa Jashrastu Mahabhav Kamarupam Trurashanam Dasaditi Srimad Bhagavad Gita Sasu Upanishatsu Brahma Vidyaye Yoga Shastre Shri Arjuna Samvade Karma Yoga Nama Tritiyodhyaya.
Chapter 4 Transcendental Knowledge. The Personality of Godhead, Lord Sri Krishna said, I instructed this imperishable science to the sun god, Vivaswan, and Vivaswan instructed it to Manu, the father of mankind, and Manu, in turn, instructed it to Ikshvaku. This supreme science was thus received through a chain of disciplic succession, and the saintly kings understood it in that way. But in the course of time the succession was broken, and therefore the science as it appears to be lost. That very ancient science of the relationship with the Supreme is today told by me to you because you are my devotee as well as my friend, and can therefore understand the transcendental mystery of this science. Arjuna said, the sun god, Vivaswan, is senior by birth to you. How am I to understand that in the beginning you instructed this science to him? The personality of Godhead said, many, many births both you and I have passed. I can remember all of them, but you cannot, O subduer of the enemy. Although I am unborn and my transcendental body never deteriorates, and although I am the Lord of all living entities, by my eternal nature I still appear in every millennium in my original transcendental form. Whenever and wherever there is a decline in religious practice, O descendant of Bharata, and a predominant rise in irreligion, at that time I dissent myself, to deliver the pious and annihilate the miscreants, as well as to re-establish the principles of religion. I myself appear millennium after millennium. One who knows the transcendental nature of my appearance and activities does not, upon leaving the body, take birth his again in this material world, but attains my eternal abode, O Arjuna. Being freed from attachment, fear, anger, being fully absorbed in me, taking refuge in me, many, many persons in the past became purified by the knowledge of me, and thus they attained all the transcendental love for me. As all surrender unto me, I reward them accordingly. Everyone follows my path in all respect, O son of Pridha. Men in this world desire success in fruitive activities, and therefore they worship the demigods. Quickly, over the course of time, men get results from fruitive works in this world. According to the three modes of nature and the work associated with them, the four divisions of human society are created by me. And although I am the creator of this system, you should know that I am yet the non-doer, being unchangeable. There is no work that affects me, nor do I aspire for the fruits of action. One who understands this truth about me also does not become entangled in fruitive reactions of work. All the liberated souls in ancient times acted with this understanding of my transcendental nature. Therefore, you should perform your duty following in their footsteps. Even the intelligent are bewildered in determining what is action and what is inaction. Now I'll explain to you what action is, knowing which you shall be liberated from all misfortune. The intricacies of action are very hard to understand. Therefore, one should properly know what action is, what forbidden action is, and what inaction is. One who sees inaction in action and sees action in inaction is intelligent among men, and he is in the transcendental position, although engaged in all sorts of activities. One is understood to be in full knowledge, whose every endeavor is devoid of desire for sense gratification. He is said by the sages to be a worker for whom the reactions of work have been burned up by the fire of perfect knowledge. Abandoning all attachment to the result of his activities, every satisfied and independent, he performs no fruitive actions, although engaged in all kinds of undertakings. Such a man of understanding acts with mind and intelligence perfectly controlled, gives up all senses of proprietorship over his possessions, and acts only for the bare necessities of life. Thus working, he is not affected by sinful reactions. He who is satisfied with gain which comes from of its own accord, who is free from duality and does not envy, who is steady in both success and failure, is never entangled although performing actions. The work of a man who is unattached to the modes of material nature and who is fully situated in the transcendental merges eternally into transcendence. A person who is fully absorbed in Krishna consciousness is sure to attain the spiritual kingdom because of his full contribution to the spiritual activities, in which the consummation is absolute and which is offered is the same spiritual nature. Some yogis perfectly worship the demigods by offering different sacrifices to them, and some offer the sacrifices into the fire of the Supreme Brahman. Some, the unadulterated brahmacharis, sacrifice the hearing process and the senses into the fire of mental controls, and others, the regulated householders, sacrifice objects of the senses into the fire of the senses. Others who are interested in achieving self-realization through control of the mind and senses offer functions of all senses and the life breath as oblation into the fire of controlled mind. Having accepted strict vows, some become enlightened by sacrificing their possessions, and others by performing servitude atrocities, by practicing the yoga of the eightfold mysticum, or by studying the Vedas to advance in transcendental knowledge. Still others who are inclined to the process of breath restrained to remain in trance. Practice by offering the movement of outgoing breath into the incoming breath, and the incoming breath into the outgoing breath, and thus at last remains in trance, stopping all breath. Others cradling the eating process by offering the outgoing breath into itself as a sacrifice. All these performers who know the meaning of sacrifice become cleansed of sinful reactions, and having tasted the nectar of results of sacrifice, they advance towards the supreme eternal atmosphere. O best of Kuru dynasty, without sacrifice one can never live happily on this planet or in this life. What then of the next? All these different types of sacrifices are approved by the Vedas, and all of them are born in different types of work. Knowing them as such, you will be liberated. O chastiser of the enemy, the sacrifice performed in knowledge is better than the mere sacrifice of material possessions. After all, O son of Buddha, all sacrifice of work culminates in transcendental knowledge. Just try and learn the truth by approaching a spiritual master. Inquire from him submissively and render service to him. The self-realized soul can impart knowledge to you because they have seen the truth. Having obtained real knowledge from a self-realized soul, you'll never fall again into such illusions. For by this knowledge you will see that all living beings are born but part of the Supreme, or in other words, that are mine. Even if you are considered to be the most sinful sinners of all, when you are situated in the boat of transcendental knowledge, you will be able to cross over the ocean of miseries. As a blazing fire turns wood to ashes, O Arjuna, so does the fire of knowledge burn to ash all reactions of material activities. In this world there is nothing so sublime and pure as transcendental knowledge. Such knowledge is the mature fruit of all mysticism, and one who has accomplished in practice of devotional services enjoys this knowledge within himself in due course of time. A faithful man who is dedicated to transcendental knowledge and who subdues his senses quickly is eligible to achieve such knowledge, and having achieved it, he quickly attains the supreme spiritual peace. But an ignorant and faithless persons who doubt the relevance of scriptures and do not attain God consciousness, they fall down. For doubting the souls, there is no happiness neither in this world nor in the next. One who acts in devotional services renouncing the fruit of knowledge is situated factually in the self. Thus he is not bound by reactions of work, O conqueror of riches. Therefore the doubts which have arisen in your heart out of ignorance should be slashed by the weapon of knowledge, and armed with yoga, O Bharata, stand and fight.
Hare Krishna. Ata panchamodhyayah karma sannyasayogah. Arjuna uvacha sannyasam karmanam Krishna punaryogam cha shamsasi yachreya etayorekam tanme bruhi sunischitam. Shri Bhagavan uvacha sannyasah karma yogascha nishreyasakaravubhau tayostu karma sannyasat karma yogo visishyate gneyah sanitya sannyasi yonadveshtina kankshati nirdvando hi mahabaho sukham bandhat pramuchyate. Sankhya yogau prudhagbala pravidantina panditaah ekamapyastitas samyak ubhayorvindate palam yat sankhya prapyate sthanam tadgyorairapi gamyate ekam sankhyam cha yogam cha yah pashyati na pashyati. Sannyasastu mahabaho dukkhamaptumayo gataha yoga yukto munirbrahma nachirenadi yoga yukto vishuddhatma vijitatma jitendriyaha sarva bhutatma bhutatma kurvannapi na lipyate. Naiva kinchit karomiti yukto manyeta tattvavit pashyanya shrunvan prachya shrugnan अश्नन् गच्छन् स्वप्नश्वस्वन् गृह्णन् उन्मिषन् मिनिषन्नपि इन्द्रियाणीन्द्रियार्थेषु वर्तन्त इति धारयन् ब्रह्मण्याधाय कर्माणि सङ्गं त्यक्त्वा करोति यः लिप्यतेन स पापेन पद्मपत्रमिवाम्भसा कायेन मनसा बुद्ध्या कैवलैरिन्द्रियैरपि योगिनः कर्म कुर्वन्ति सङ्गं त्यक्त्वात्मशुद्धये युक्तकर्मफलं त्यक्त्वा शान्तिमाप्नोत नैष्टिकीं या युक्तकामकारेण फले सक्तो निबध्यते सर्वकर्माणि मनसा सन्न्यस्यास्ते सुखं वशी नवद्वारे पुरे देहि नैव कुर्वन्न कारयन् न कर्तृत्वं न कर्माणि लोकस्य सृजति प्रभुः न कर्मफलसंयोगं स्वभावस्तु प्रवर्तते नादन्ते कस्यचित् पापं न चैव सुकृतं विभुः अज्ञानेनावृतं ज्ञानं तेन मुह्यन्ति जन्तवः ज्ञानेन तु तद्ज्ञानं येषां नातितमात्मनः तेषामादित्यवज्ञानं प्रकाशयति तत्परं तद्बुद्धयस्तदात्मनः तन्निष्ठास्तत्परायणाः गच्छन्यपुनरावृत्तिं ज्ञाननिर्धूतकल्मषाः विद्याविनयसत्मन्ये ब्राह्मणे गविहस्तनि शुनि चैव श्वपाके च पंडिता समदर्शिनः इहैव तैर्जितः सर्गः येषां साम्ये स्थितं मनः निर्दोषं हि समं ब्रह्म तस्माद् ब्रह्मणि ते स्थिताः न प्रहृष्येति प्रियं प्राप्य नोद्विजेतात् प्राप्य च प्रियं निर्मूढः ब्रह्मविद् ब्राह्मणि स्थितः बाह्यस्पर्शेष्वसत्कान्त्मा विद्यात् सुखं ब्रह्मयोगयुक्तात्मा सुखमक्षयमश्नुते ये हि संसर्पशाद्भोगा दुःखयोनय एव ते अद्यन्तमक्तकौन्तेय न तेषु रमते बुधः शक्नोति हैव यः सोढुं प्राक्शरीमोक्षणात् कामक्रोधोद्भवं वेगं स युक्तः सखी नरः योऽन्तः सुखोऽन्तरामः तथार्ज्योतिरेव यः स योगी ब्रह्मनिर्वाणं ब्रह्मभूतोऽति गच्छति लभन्ते ब्रह्मनिर्वाणं ऋषयः क्षीणकल्मषा छिन्नद्वैधायतात्मानः सर्वभूता हि ते रताः कामक्रोधवियुक्तानां यतीनां यतचेतसाम् अभितो ब्रह्मनिर्वाणं वर्तते विदितात्मनां स्वहिर्बाह्यान् चक्षुश्चैवान्तरे भ्रुवो प्राणापानौ समौ कृत्वा नासाभ्यन्तर्चि अर्णौ यत्रे मनोबुद्धिः मुनिर्मोक्षपरायणः विगतेच्छाभयक्रोधः यः सदा मुक्त एव सः भोक्तारं यज्ञतपसां सर्वलोकमहेश्वरं सहृदं सर्वभूतानां ज्ञात्वा मां शान्तिमृच्छति। ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे कर्मसन्न्यासयोगो नाम पञ्चमोऽध्यायः. हरे कृष्ण.
Chapter 6, Dhyan Yoga. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, one who is unattached to the fruits of his work and who works as he is obligated is in the re-announced order of life, and he is the true mystic, not he who lights no fire and performs new duty.
What is called renunciation, you should know to be same as yoga, or linking oneself with the Supreme, O son of Pandu, for one can never become a yogi unless he renounces the desire for sense gratification.
For one who is a neophyte in the Eightfold Yoga system, work is said to be the means, and for one who is already elevated in yoga, cessation of all material activities is said to be the means.
A person is said to be elevated in yoga when, having renounced all material desires, he neither acts for sense gratification nor engages in fruitive activities.
One must deliver himself with the help of his mind and not degrade himself. The mind is the friend of the conditioned soul and his enemy as well.
For him who has conquered the mind is the best of friends. But for one who has failed to do so, his mind will remain the greatest enemy.
For one who has conquered the mind, the supersoul is already reached, for he has attained tranquility. To such a man, happiness and distress, heat and cold, honor and dishonor are all the same.
A person is said to be established in self-realization and is called a yogi or mystic when he is fully satisfied by the virtue of acquired knowledge and realization. Such a person is situated in transcendence and is self-controlled. He sees everything, whether it be pebbles, stones, or gold, as the same.
A person is considered still further advanced when he regards honest well-wishers, affectionate benefactors, the neutral meditators, the envious friends and enemies, the pious and the sinners, all with an equal mind.
A transcendentalist should always engage his body, mind, and self in relationship with the Supreme. He should live alone in a secluded place and should always carefully control his mind. He should be free from desires and feelings of possessiveness.
To practice yoga, one should go to a secluded place and should lay kusa grass on the ground and then cover it with a deerskin and a soft cloth. The seat should be neither too high nor too low and should be situated in a sacred place. The yogi should then sit on it very firmly and practice yoga to purify the heart by controlling his mind, senses, and activities and fixing the mind on one point.
One should hold one's body, neck, and head erect in a straight line and stare steadily at the top of the nose. Thus, with an unagitated, subdued mind, devoid of fear, completely free from a sex life, one should meditate upon me with the heart and make me the ultimate goal of life.
Thus, practicing constant control of the body, mind, and activities, the mystic transcendentalist, his mind regulated, attains to the kingdom of God or the abode of Krishna by cessation of material existence.
There is no possibility of one's becoming a yogi. O Arjuna, if one eats too much or eats too little, sleeps too much or does not sleep enough,
He who is regulated in his habits of eating, sleeping, recreation, and work can mitigate all material pains by practicing the yoga system.
When the yogi, by the practice of yoga, disciplines his mental activities and becomes situated in transcendence, devoid of all material desires, he is said to be well established in yoga.
As a lamp in windless place does not waver, so the transcendentalist, whose mind is controlled, remains always steady in his meditation on the transcendent self.
In the stage of perfection called trance or samadhi, one's mind is completely restrained from material mental activities by practice of yoga. This perfection is characterized by one's ability to see the self by the pure mind and to relish and rejoice in the self. In that joyous state, one is situated in boundless transcendental happiness, realized through transcendental senses. It's established thus, one never departs from the truth, and upon gaining this, he thinks there is no greater gain. Being situated in such a position, one is never shaken, even in the midst of greatest difficulty. This indeed is actual freedom from all miseries arising from material contact.
One should engage oneself in the practice of yoga with determination and faith and not be deviated from the path. One should abandon without exception all material desires born of mental speculation and thus control all the senses on all sides by the mind.
Gradually, step by step, one should become situated in trance by means of intelligence sustained by full conviction, and thus the mind should be fixed on the self alone and should think of nothing else.
From wherever the mind wanders due to its flickering and unsteady nature, one must certainly withdraw it and bring it back under the control of the self.
The yogi whose mind is fixed on me verily attains the highest perfection of transcendental happiness. He is beyond the mode of passion. He realizes his qualitative identity with the Supreme, and thus he is freed from all reactions to past deeds.
Thus, the self-controlled yogi, constantly engaged in yoga practice, becomes free from all material contamination and achieves the highest stage of perfect happiness in transcendental, loving service to the Lord.
A true yogi observes me in all beings and also sees every being in me. Indeed, the self-realized person sees me, the same Supreme Lord, everywhere.
For one who sees me everywhere and sees everything in me, I'm never lost, nor is he ever lost to me.
Such a yogi who engages in the worshipful service of the Supersoul, knowing that I and the Supersoul are one, remains always in me in all circumstances.
He is a perfect yogi who, by comparison to his own self, sees the true equality of all beings in both their happiness and their distress, O Arjuna.
Arjuna said, O Madhusudana, the system of yoga which you have summarized appears impractical and undurable to me, for the mind is restless and unsteady.
The mind is restless, turbulent, obstinate, and very strong, O Krishna, and to subdue it, I think, is more difficult than controlling the wind.
Lord Shri Krishna said, O mighty armed son of Kunti, it is undoubtedly very difficult to curb the restless mind, but it is possible by suitable practice and by detachment.
For one whose mind is unbridled, self-realization is difficult work, but he whose mind is controlled and who strives by appropriate means is assured of success. That is my opinion.
Arjuna said, O Krishna, what is the destination of the unsuccessful transcendentalist who in the beginning takes to the process of self-realization with faith, but who later desists due to worldly mindedness and thus does not attain perfection in mysticism.
O mighty armed Krishna, does not such a man who is bewildered from the path of transcendence fall away from both spiritual and material success and perish like a riven cloud with no position in any sphere?
This is my doubt, O Krishna, and I ask you to dispel it completely. But for you, no one is to be found who can destroy this doubt.
The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, Son of Pratha, a transcendentalist engaged in auspicious activities does not mean with destruction either in this world or in the spiritual world. One who does good, my friend, is never overcome by evil.
The unsuccessful yogi, after many, many years of enjoyment on the planets of pious living entities, is born into a family of righteous people or into a family of rich aristocracy.
Or if unsuccessful, after long practice of yoga, he takes in birth in a family of transcendentalists who are surely great in wisdom. Certainly such a birth is rare in this world.
On taking such a birth, he revives the divine consciousness of his previous life, and he again tries to make further progress in order to achieve complete success. O son of Kuru,
by virtue of the divine consciousness of his previous life, he automatically becomes attracted to the yogic principles even without seeking them. Such an inquisitive transcendentalist stands always above the ritualistic principles of the scriptures.
And when the yogi engages himself with sincere endeavor in making further progress, being washed of all contaminations, then ultimately achieving perfection after many, many births of practice, he attains the supreme goal.
A yogi is greater than the ascetic, greater than the empiricist, and greater than the fruitive worker. Therefore, O Arjuna, in all circumstances be a yogi.
And of all yogis, the one with great faith who always abides in me, thinks of me within himself, and renders transcendental loving service to me. He is the most intimately united with me in yoga and is the highest of all. That is my opinion.
श्रीभगवानुवाच मय्यासक्तमना पार्थ योगं युज्ञान्मदाश्रयः असंशयं समग्रं मां यथा ज्ञस्यसि तच्छृणु
ज्ञानं तेऽहं सविज्ञानम् इदं वक्ष्याम्यशेषतः यज्ञात्वा नेह भूयोऽन्यत् ज्ञातव्यमवशेष्यते
मनुष्याणां सहस्रेषु कश्चिद्यतति सिद्धये यततामपि सिद्धानां कश्चिन्मां वेत्ति तत्त्वतः
पुनरापो नलो वायुः खमनो बुद्धिरेव च अहङ्कारा इति मे भिन्नप्रकृतिराश्रिता
अपरेयमितस्त्वन्यां प्रकृतिं विधि मे परां जीवभूता महाबाहो ययेदं धार्यते जगत्
एताद्योनीनि भूतानि सर्वाणि त्युपधाराय अहं कृत्स्नस्य जगतः प्रभवा प्रलयस्तथा
मत्ता परतरं नान्यत् किञ्चिदस्ति धनञ्जय मयि सर्वमिदं प्रोतं सूत्रे मणिगणा इव
रसोऽहमप्सु कौन्तेय प्रभास्मि शशिसूर्ययोः प्रणवः सर्ववेदेषु शब्दके पौरुषं नृषु
पुण्यो गन्धः पृथ्व्यां च तेजश्चास्मि विभावसौ जीवनां सर्वभूतेषु तपश्चास्मि तपस्विषु
बीजमं सर्वभूतानां विधिपार्थ सनातनं बुद्धिमतामस्मि तेजस्तेजस्विनाम् अहम्
बलं बवलतं चाहं कामरागविवर्जितं धर्माविरुद्धो भूतेषु कामोऽस्मि भरतर्षभ
ये चैव सात्विका भावा राजसास्तामसाश्च ये माता एवेति तान् वेदि न त्वहं तेषु ते मयि
त्रिभिर्गुणमयैर्भावैरेभिः सर्वमिदं जगत् मोहितं नाभिजानाति मामेभ्यः परमव्ययम्
दैवी हेषा गुणं मायि मम माया दुरत्यया मामेव ये प्रपद्यन्ते मायामेतां तरन्ति ते
न मां दुष्कृन्तमूढाः प्रपद्यन्ते नराधमः मय्याय प्रतज्ञान आसुरं भावमाश्रितः
चतुर्वेदा भजन्ते मां जनसुकृतिनोऽर्जुनम् आर्तो जिज्ञासुरार्तार्ति ज्ञानी च भरतर्षभाम्
तेषां ज्ञानी नित्ययुक्त एकभक्तिर्विशिष्यते प्रियो हि ज्ञानिनोत्यार्थम् अहं स च मम प्रियः
उदारा सर्व एवेते ज्ञानी त्वत्मेव मे मतम् आस्थिता सा हि युक्तात्मा मामेवानुत्तमं गतिम्
बाहूनां जन्मनामन्ते ज्ञानवान् मां प्रपद्यते वासुदेव सर्वमिति स महात्मा सुदुर्लभः
कामेस्तेस्ते हृदज्ञान प्रपद्यन्ते न्यदेवताः तं नियममास्ताय प्रकृत्या नियतस्वया
यो यां तनुं भक्तः श्रद्धयार्चितुमिच्छति तस्याचलां श्रद्धां तामेव विदधाम्यहम्
सत्तया श्रद्धया युक्ता तस्य राधनम् ईहते लभते च ततः कामान् मायैव विहितान् हितान्
अन्तवत्तु फलं तेषां तद्भवत्यल्पमेधसां देवान् देवयजो यान्ति मद्भक्ता यान्ति मामपि
अव्यक्तं व्यक्तमापनं मन्यन्ते मम भूदयाः परं भावम् अजानन्तो मम व्ययमनुत्तमम्
नाहं प्रकाश सर्वस्य योगमाया समावृतः मूढोऽयं नभिजानाति लोको मामजमव्ययम्
वेदं सामतीतानि वर्तमानानि च अर्जुन पावेश्यानि च भूतानि मां तु वेद न कश्चन
इच्छाद्वेषसमुत्थेन द्वन्द्वामोहेन भारत सर्वभूतानि सम्मोहं सर्गे यान्ति परन्तप
येषां त्वन्तगतं पापं जनानां पुण्यकर्मणां ते द्वन्द्वान्मोहनिर्मुक्ता भजन्ते मां दरत्वताः
जरामरणमोक्षाय मामाश्रित्य यतान्ति ये ते ब्रह्म तद्विदु कृत्स्नम् अध्यात्मं कर्म चाखिलम्
साधिभूताधिदेवां मां साधियज्ञां च ये विदुः प्रयाणकालेऽपि च मां ते विदुर्युक्तचेतसाः
ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे ज्ञानविज्ञानयोगो नाम सप्तमोऽध्यायः।
Now we will listen to the section summary of the second six chapters, chapters 7 to 12, by His Grace Ananteshwar Prabhu.
Chapter 7. Knowledge of the Absolute. Lord Krishna is the Supreme Truth, the supreme cause of sustaining force for everything, both material and spiritual. Advanced souls surrender unto his devotees, his devotion, whereas impious souls divert their minds to other objects of worship. So in this chapter, Krishna reveals that he is the original of all material and spiritual energies. Krishna is not under any material control, but everyone is except those who surrender unto him. Krishna is the essence of everything, the taste of water, the heat in the fire, the sound in the ether, the light of the sun and the moon, the ability in the man, the original fragrance of the earth, the intelligence of the intelligent, and the life of all that lives. And further, Krishna says that 4 types of men surrender to him. Those who do not surrender to Krishna are covered by the Krishna's temporary illusory potency and can never know him. But the pious people who take shelter of Krishna can understand Krishna of all exchange in the devotional service with great determination, and because they become dear to him, these souls are very rare and are sure to attain him. Chapter 8. Attaining the Supreme. By remembering Lord Krishna in devotion through one's life, and especially at the time of death, one can attain to his supreme abode, beyond the material world. So in this chapter, Arjuna asked Krishna, Arjuna asked Krishna 7 questions. And he says, what is Brahman? What is self? What are the fruitive activities? What is the material manifestation? Who are the demigods? What is the Lord of sacrifice? And how one can engage in devotional service? Know Krishna, and how one can know Krishna at the time of death. So Krishna interestingly starts with replying who is Brahman, and he refers to the indestructible living entity Jiva. Jiva is unborn, like Krishna. And further refers to the soul. The material manifestation is ever changing. That's the physical nature of the material manifestation. It changes always. And then the demigods and the planets are the part of the universal constitution. And the Lord Krishna says, I am the one who is the center of all the sacrifice, as he is the super soul. And for knowing Krishna at the time of death, it depends upon one's consciousness. The principle is, whatever state one remembers when he quits the body, that's the state he will attain at the time of death. Krishna says, whoever at the end of my life quits his body remembering me alone, at once attains my nature without doubt. Therefore, my dear Arjuna, you should always think of me in the form of Krishna. At the same time, carry out your prescribed duties of fighting. With your activities dedicated to me and your mind and intelligence fixed on me, you will attain me without doubt. And further, Krishna describes that during each day of Brahma, all living entities become manifest, and during the night, they merge into the unmanifested nature. Although there are auspicious and inauspicious time for living one's body, devotees of Krishna do not care about this. For by engaging in pure devotional service, and if you surrender to Krishna, they automatically attain the results are derived from the studies of Vedas or engaging in sacrifice, charity, philosophical speculations, and so on. Such pure devotees reach the Lord's supreme abode, eternal abode. Chapter 9. The most confidential knowledge. Lord Krishna is the supreme Godhead, and the supreme object of worship. The soul is eternal, related to Him through transcendental devotional service, bhakti. By reviving one's pure devotion, one returns to Krishna in the spiritual realm. So in this chapter, according to Krishna, the most confidential knowledge of devotion, that's the devotional service. It's the purest knowledge and the topmost in all education. It gets direct perception of self-realization, and it is the perfection of religion. It is everlasting and joyfully performed, susukham. Krishna's unmanifested form pervades everything, but Krishna himself remains detached from the material nature. Working under his directions produces all moving and non-moving beings. Krishna's unmanifested forms pervades everything, but Krishna himself remains detached from the matter. Material nature works under his guidance and direction, produces a moving and non-moving beings. Then further, Krishna described that different worshippers, they reach different goals. Men who want to worship attain the heavenly planets, worship the demigods, and take birth amongst them to enjoy good, godly delights. But such men, after exhausting their pious credits, return to the earth. Men who worship ancestors go to the planet of ancestors, and those who worship ghost becomes ghost. But one who worships Krishna with exclusive devotion service goes to his eternal abode, and that stays with him forever. Now whatever Krishna devotees does, whether eats, offers, gives charity, all he does is unto the Lord Krishna himself. And Lord reciprocates by caring for what this devotee lacks and provide and preserve what he has. By taking shelter of Krishna, every low-born people can attain the supreme destination. Chapter 10. The opulence of the Absolute. All wondrous phenomenon showing power, beauty, grandeur, and sublimity, either in this material world or in the spiritual world, are but partial manifestation of Krishna's divine energies and opulence. At the same cause as the supreme cause of all causes and the support and essence of everything, Krishna is the supreme object of worship for all living beings. So as the devotee of Krishna, they know Krishna to be unborn. He is the beginningless, the supreme Lord of the worlds, the creator of from whom all the living beings descend, and he is the origin of everything. Intelligent, knowledge, truthfulness, mental and sensory control, fearlessness, non-violence, austerity, birth, death, fear, distress, infamy, all qualities good and bad are created by Krishna. Devotional service helps one to develop all good qualities. The devotee who is lovingly engaged in the devotional service have full faith in Krishna's opulence, mystic power and supremacy. The thought of such devotees dwell in Krishna. Their lives are devoted to his service, and they derive great bliss and satisfaction by enlightening one another about conversing about him. Devotees engaged in pure devotional service, even if lacking education or knowledge of the Vedic principles, are helped by within by Krishna, who personally destroys the darkness born out of ignorance. Arjuna had realized Krishna's position and the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the ultimate abode of absolute truth, the purest. Now Arjuna wants to know more. Lord Krishna tells more and then concludes, all opulent, beautiful and glorious creations spring from but a spark of my splendor. Chapter 11, the universal form. Lord Krishna grants Arjuna divine vision and reveals his spectacular unlimited forms as the cosmic universe. Thus, he conclusively establishes divinity. Krishna explains that he owns all the beautiful human-like form in the original form of Godhead and can preserve his form only and one can perceive his form only by pure devotional service. So in this chapter, Krishna clearly says that one of the objectives of his appearance is to protect innocent people from impostors. Arjuna asked Krishna to prove his divinity by exhibiting his universal form, a form by whom everyone claims to be God, but should be prepared to be shown as it is shown by Krishna. And Krishna gives Arjuna divine vision to see that form. Arjuna offers obeisances with folded hands and glorifies Lord and reveals that except for the 5 Pandavas, the soldiers assembled on the battlefield will be killed. Therefore, Krishna exhorts Arjuna to fight as he is an instrument and guarantee him victory and flourishing kingdom. Then further Arjuna requests Krishna to withdraw his fearful form and show him his original form, the two-handed ones. The Lord then exhibits his 400 form and last takes his original two-handed form. Upon seeing this Lord's beautiful human-like form, Arjuna becomes pacified. One who is engaged in pure devotional service can see such form. Chapter 12, Devotional Service. Bhakti Yogi, pure devotional service to the Lord Krishna is at the highest and most expedient means for attaining pure love of Krishna, which is the highest end of the spiritual existence. Those who follow this spiritual path develop divine qualities. So here we come to know who is more perfect. Arjuna asked, the devotee worshipping servicing the Lord personal form, or the transcendentalist who meditate on the impersonal aspect of the Lord, the Brahman? Then Krishna replies, the devotee who fixes his mind upon him is the most perfect one compared to the Brahman, who is fixing the mind on the Brahman. Because devotional service, it involves mind, body, everything. And for impersonalists, to attain this path is very difficult. It is the topmost stage of devotional service. One's own consciousness, when it's fixed on Krishna, and step lower to practice the regulated devotional service. Lower than that is karma yoga, in which we renounce the fruitive actions. Indirect process of attaining the Supreme include meditation and cultivating knowledge. A devotee who is pure, expert, tolerant, self-control, equipoise, non-envious, free from false ego, friendly to all living entities, and equal to all friends and enemies, is dear to the Lord. Chapter 13. Nature. Okay.
Chapter 8. Attaining the Supreme. Arjuna inquired, O my Lord, O Supreme Person, what is Brahman? What is the Self? What are fruitive activities? What is this material manifestation? And what are the demigods? Please explain this to me.
Who is the Lord of sacrifice, and how does he live in the body, O Madhusudana? And how can those engaged in devotional service know you at the time of death?
The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, the indestructible, transcendental, living entity is called Brahman, and his eternal nature is called Adhyatma, the Self. Action pertaining to the development of the material bodies of the living entity is called karma, or fruitive activities.
O best of the embodied beings, the physical nature, which is constantly changing, is called Adibhuta, the material manifestation. The universal form of the Lord, which includes all the demigods, like those of the sun and moon, is called Adideva. And I, the Supreme Lord, represented as the super soul in the heart of every embodied being, am called Adiyagya, the Lord of sacrifice.
And whoever at the end of his life quits his body remembering me alone, at once attains my nature. Of this there is no doubt.
Whatever state of being one remembers when he quits his body, O son of Kunti, that state he will attain without fail.
Therefore, Arjuna, you should always think of me in the form of Krishna. At the same time, carry out your prescribed duty of fighting. With your activities dedicated to me and your mind and intelligence fixed on me, you will attain me without doubt.
He who meditates on me as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, his mind constantly engaged in remembering me, undeviated from the path, he, O Partha, is sure to reach me.
One should meditate upon the Supreme Person as the one who knows everything, as he who is the oldest, who is the controller, who is smaller than the smallest, who is maintainer of everything, who is beyond all material conceptions, who is inconceivable, and who is always a person. He is luminous like the sun, and he is transcendental, beyond this material nature.
One who, at the time of death, fixes his life air between the eyebrows and, by the strength of yoga, with an undeviating mind, engages himself in remembering the Supreme Lord in full devotion, will certainly attain to the Supreme Personality of Godhead.
Persons who are learned in the Vedas, who utter Omkara, and who are great sages in the renounced order, enter into Brahman. Desiring such perfection, one practices celibacy. I shall now briefly explain to you this process by which one may attain salvation.
The yogic situation is that of detachment from all sensual engagements, closing the doors of the senses and fixing the mind on the heart and the life air at the top of the head. One establishes himself in yoga.
After being situated in this yoga practice and vibrating the sacred syllable Om, the supreme combination of letters, If one thinks of the Supreme Personality of Godhead and quits his body, he will certainly reach the spiritual planets.
For one who always remembers me without deviation, I am easy to obtain, O son of Pritha, because of his constant engagement in devotional service.
After attaining me, the great souls who are yogis in devotion never return to this temporary world, which is full of miseries because they have attained the highest perfection.
From the highest planet in the material world down to the lowest, all are places of misery wherein repeated birth and death take place. But one who attains to my abode, O son of Kunti, never takes birth again.
By human calculation, 1,000 ages taken together form a duration of Brahma's one day, and such also is the duration of his night.
At the beginning of Brahma's day, all living entities become manifest from the unmanifest state, and thereafter, when the night falls, they are merged into the unmanifest again.
Again and again, when Brahma's day arrives, all living entities come into being, and with the arrival of Brahma's night, they are helplessly annihilated.
Yet there is another unmanifest nature, which is eternal and which is transcendental to this manifested and unmanifested matter. It is supreme and is never annihilated. When all in this world is annihilated, that part remains as it is.
That which the Vedantists describe as unmanifest and infallible, that which is known as the supreme destination, that place from which, having attained it, one never returns. That is my supreme abode.
The Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is greater than all, is attainable by unalloyed devotion. Although he is present in his abode, he is all-pervading, and everything is situated within him.
O best of the Bharatas, I shall now explain to you the different times at which, passing by from this world, the yogi does or does not come back.
Those who know the Supreme Brahman attain that Supreme by passing away from the world during the influence of the fiery god, in the light, at an auspicious moment of the day, during the fortnight of the waxing moon, or during the 6 months when the sun travels in the north.
The mystic who passes away from this world during the smoke, the night, the fortnight of the waning moon, or the 6 months when the sun passes to the south, reaches the moon planet, but back again comes back.
According to Vedic opinion, there are 2 ways of passing from this world, one in light and one in darkness. When one passes in light, he does not come back, but when one passes in darkness, he returns.
Although the devotees know these 2 paths, O Arjuna, they are never bewildered. Therefore, be always fixed in devotion.
A person who accepts the path of devotional service is not bereft of the results derived from studying the Vedas, performing sacrifices, giving charity, or pursuing philosophical and fruitive activities. Simply by performing devotional service, he attains all these, and at the end he reaches the spiritual abode.
नवमोऽध्यायः श्रीभगवानुवाच इदं तु ते गुह्यतमं प्रवक्ष्याम्यनसूयवे ज्ञानं विज्ञानसहितं यज्ञात्वा मोक्षसे सुभात् राजविद्या राजगुह्यं पवित्रम् इदमुत्तमं प्रत्यक्षावगमं धर्म्यं शुश्रूषं कर्तुम् अव्ययम् अश्रद्धदानपुरुषा Dharmasyasya parantapa aprapya mam nivartante mrityu samsara vartmani maya tatam idam sarvam jagad avyaktamurtina matstani sarva bhutani nachaham te svavastitaha nachamatsthani bhutani Pasya me yogamaishwaram bhuta brinna cha bhutasto mamatma bhuta bhavanaha yatakasha stito nityam vayu sarvatra go mahan tata sarvani bhutani matstanityupadaraya sarva bhutani kaunteya Prakritim yanti mamikam Kaupaksheye punashtani Kaupado vishurjamyaham Prakritim swamavastabhya Vishurjami punah punah Bhutagramam imam kritsnam Avasam prakritirvasat Nachamam tani karmani Nibadnanti dhananjaya Udasina vadashinam Asaktam teshu karmashu Mayadhyakshena prakritihi Suyate sacharacharam Hetunanena kaunteya Jagadviparivartate Avajananti mamuda Manusem tanumasritam Param bhavam ajananto Mama bhuta maheshwaram Mogasa moga karmano Moga jnana vishetasa Rakshasim asurim chaiva Prakritim mohinim shritaha Mahatmanastu mam partha Daivim prakritim ashritaha Bhajantyan anyamanaso Jnatva bhutadim avyayam Satatam kirtayanto mam Yatantascha dridavritaha Namasyantascha mam bhaktya Nitya yukta upasate Jnana yagyena chapyanye Yajanto mam upasate Ekatvena pritaktvena Bahuda vishvato mukham Aham kratur aham yajnaha Shwadaham aham ausadam Mantroham aham evajam Aham agnir aham hutam Pitaham asyu jagato Mata data pitamaha Vedyam pavitram omkara Rikshama yajurevacha Gatir bharta prabhu shakshi Nivasha sharanam surit Pravava pralayastanam Nidhanam bijam avyayam Tapamyaham aham varsham Nigrinam yutsurjami cha Amritam chaiva mrityuscha Sadasya chaham arjuna Traividyamam soma paputa papa Yajnir iswa swargatim partayante Te punyam asadya surindra lokam Asnanti devyan devi deva bhogan Te tam bhuktva swargalokam vishalam Shinye punye martyr lokam vishanti Evam trahi dharmam anupapanna Katagatam kama kama labante Ananyaschintayanto mam Ye jana parupashate Tesham nitya bhiyuktanam Yogashamam vahamyaham Ye pyanya devata bhakta Yajante shraddhayanvitaha Tepi mam eva kaunteya Yajantya vidhi purvakam Aham hi sarva yajnanam bhokta cha prabhureva cha natu mam abhijananti tatve nataschavanti te yanti deva vrita devan pitran yanti pitrvritaha bhutani yanti bhuteja yanti madhyajinom bhimam patram pushpam phalam toyam yo me bhaktya prayachati tadaham bhakti upartam asnami prayatatmanaha yad karosi yad asnasi yad juhosi dadasi yad tapasyasi kaunteya tat kuru swamadarpanam subha subha phaler evam moksha se karma bandhanihi sannyasa yoga yuktatma vimukto mam upaishyasi samoham sarva bhuteshu name dveshosti na priyaha ye bhajanti tu mam bhaktya mayi te teshu chapyaham api chet suduracharo bhajate mam ananyabhak sadureva shamantavyaha samyak vyavasito hi saha shipram bhavati dharmatma sasvak chantim nigacchati kaunteya pratijanihi name bhakta pranashyati mam hi partha vyapashritya yepi su papayonayah striyo vaisyastata sudras tepi yanti parangatim kim punarbhamana punya bhakta rajarshayastata anityam ashukham lokam imam prapya bhajasva mam manmana bhadavakto madhyaji mam namaskuru mam evaishyasi yuktvaivam atmanam matparayanaha Om Tat Sat iti Srimad Bhagavad Gitasu Upanishadsu Brahma Vidyayam Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Raja Vidya Raja Guhya Yogo Navamodhyayaha.
Chapter 10 The Opulence of the Absolute. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, Listen again, O mighty armed Arjuna, because you are my dear friend. For benefit I shall speak to you further, giving knowledge that is better than what I have already explained. Neither the hosts of demigods nor the great sages know my origin or opulences, for in every respect I am the source of demigods and sages. He who knows me as the unborn, as the beginningless, as the supreme Lord of all words, he only, undiluted among men, is freed from all sins. Intelligence, knowledge, freedom from doubt and delusion, forgiveness, truthfulness, control of senses, control of the mind, happiness and distress, birth, death, fear, fearlessness, nonviolence, equanimity, satisfaction, austerity, charity, fame, and infamy. All these various qualities of living beings are created by me alone. The 7 great sages, and before them the 4 other great sages, and the Manus, progenitors of mankind, come from me, born from my mind, and all living beings populated in the various planets descend from them. One who is factually convinced of this opulence and mystic power of mine engages in unalloyed devotional service. Of this there is no doubt. I am the source of all spiritual and material words, everything that emanates from me. The wise, who perfectly know this, engage in my devotional service and worship me with all their hearts. The thoughts of my pure devotees dwell in me. Their lives are fully devoted to my service, and they derive great satisfaction and bliss from always enlightening one another and conversing about me. To those who are constantly devoted to me, serving with love, I give the understanding by which they can come to me. To show them special mercy, I, dwelling in their hearts, destroy with the shining lamp of knowledge and darkness born of ignorance. Arjuna said, "You are the supreme personality of Godhead, the ultimate abode, the purest, the absolute truth. You are the eternal, transcendental, original person, the unborn, the greatest, and all the great sages such as Narada, Asita, Devala, and Vyasa confirm this truth about you. And now you yourself are declaring it to me. O Krishna, I totally accept as truth that you have told me, neither the demigods nor the demons. O Lord, can understand your personality." Indeed, you are alone. You know yourself by your own internal potency, O Supreme Person, origin of all, Lord of all beings, God of gods, Lord of the universe. Please tell me in all detail of your divine opulences which you pervade all these words. O Krishna, O Supreme Mystic, how shall I constantly think of you? How shall I know you? In what various forms are you to be remembered, O Personality of Godhead? O Janardana, again, please describe in detail the mystic power of your opulences. I am never satiated in hearing about you. For the more I hear, the more I want to taste the nectar of your words. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "I will tell you of my splendorous manifestations, but only of those which are prominent, O Arjuna, for my opulences are limitless. I am the Supersoul, O Arjuna, seated in the hearts of all living entities. I am the beginning, the middle, and the end of all beings. And of the Adityas, I am Vishnu. Of light, I am the radiant sun. Of the Maruts, I am Marichi. And among the stars, I am the moon. Of the Vedas, I am Samaveda. Of the demigods, I am Indra. Of the king of heaven. Of the senses, I am the mind. And in the living beings, I am the living force, consciousness. Of all the Rudras, I am Lord Shiva. Of the Yakshasas and Rakshasas, I am the Lord of wealth, Kuvera. And of the Vasus, I am fire, Agni. And of the mountains, I am Meru. Of priests of Arjuna, know me to be Sheaf, Brahaspati. Of generals, I am Kartikeya. And of bodies of water, I am the ocean. Of the great sages, I am Bhrigu. Of vibrations, I am the transcendental Om. Of sacrifices, I am the chanting Home, holy name, Japa. And of immovable things, I am the Himalayas. Of all trees, I am the banyan tree. And of all sages among the demigods, I am Narada. Of the Gandharvas, I am Chidrata. And among perfect beings, I am the sage Kapila. Of horses, know me to be Ucheshrava, of produce during the churning of the ocean nectar. Of lordly elements, I am Airavata. And among men, I am the monarch. Of weapons, I am the thunderbolt. Among cows, I am the Surabhi. Of causes of procreation, I am Kardarpa, the god of love. And of serpents, I am Vasuki. Of the many-hooded Nagas, I am Ananta. And among the aquatics, I am the demigod Varuna. Of the parted ancestors, I am Aryama. And among the dispensers, I am of law, I am Yama, the lord of death. Among the Daitya demons, I am the devoted Prahlada. Among subduers, I am Time. Among beasts, I am the lion. And among birds, I am Garuda. Of purifiers of this wind, the wielders of weapons, I am Rama. Of fishes, I am the shark. And of the flowing rivers, I am the Ganges. Of all creations, I am the beginning and the end, and also the middle. O Arjuna, of all sciences, I am spiritual science of the self. And among logicians, I am the conclusive truth. Of letters, of letter A, and among compound words, I am the dual compound. And I am also inexhaustible time. And of creators, I am Brahma. I am all-devouring death, and ungenerating principle of that is yet to be. Among women, I am fame, fortune, fine speech, memory, intelligence, steadfastness, and patience. Of the hymns in the Samaveda, I am Brihatsama. And of poetry, I am Gayatri. Of months, I am Marga, Sirsa, November, December. And of seasons, I am flower-bearing spring. I am also the gambling of cheats. Of the splendid, I am the splendor. I am victory. I am adventure, and I am strength of the strong. The descendants of Vrishni, I am Vasudeva. And of the Pandavas, I am Arjuna. Of the sages, I am Vyasa, and among great thinkers, I am Usana. Among all means of suppressing lawlessness, I am punishment, and of those who seek victory, I am morality. Of secret things, I am silent, and of wisdom, of the wise, I am the wisdom. Furthermore, O Arjuna, I am the generating seed of all existences. There is no being, moving or non-moving, that can exist without me. O mighty conqueror of the enemies, there is no need to end to my divine manifestations. What I have spoken to you is but a mere indication of my infinite opulences. Know that all opulent, beautiful, and glorious creations spring from but a spark of my splendor. But what is there, O Arjuna, for all this detailed knowledge with a single fragment of myself? I pervade and support this entire universe.
अथ एकादशोऽध्यायः अर्जुन उवाच मदनुग्रहाय परमं गुह्यम् अध्यात्मसंजितं यत्त्वं वचस्तेन मोहोऽयं विगतो मम भावाप्ययौ हि भूतानां श्रुतौ विस्तारो मया त्वतः कमलपात्रक्ष माहात्म्यमपि चाव्ययम् एवम् एतद्यथाथा त्वम् आत्मनं परमेश्वर द्रष्टुम् इच्छामि ते रूपम् ऐश्वरं पुरुषोत्तम मन्यसे यदि तच्चक्यं मया द्रष्टुमिति प्रभो योगेश्वर ततो मे त्वं दर्शयात्मात्मव्ययम् श्रीभगवानुवाच पश्य मे पार्थरूपाणि शतशोऽथ सहस्रश नानाविधानि दिव्यानि नानावर्णाकृतीनि च पश्यादित्यान् वसीन् रुद्रान् अश्विनो मरुतस्तथा बहूनि अदृशपूर्वाणि पाश्यचर्याणि भारत इहैक सञ्जगत्कृष्टं पश्यद्यस्य चराचरं मम देहे गुडाकेश यच्चान्यद्द्रष्टुमिच्छसि द्रष्टुम् अनैव स्वचक्षुषा दिव्यं ददामि ते चक्षु पश्य मे योगमेश्वरं सञ्जय उवाच एवम् उक्त्वा ततो राजान् महायोगेश्वरो हरिः दर्शयामास पार्थाय परमं रूपमैश्वरम् अनेकावक्तनायानम् अनेकाभूतदर्शनम् अनेकादिव्यभाराणं दिव्यानेकयतायुधम् दिव्यमालावरं धारं दिव्यगान्धूलेपरं सर्वश्चर्यमयं देवम् अन्तरं विश्वतोमुखं दिवि सूर्यसहस्रस्य भवेद्युगपदुत्थिता यदि भासदृशि सा स्यात् भासस्य महात्मनः तत्रैकसं जगत्कृष्टं प्रविभक्तमनेकदा अपास्य देवदेवस्य शरीरे पाण्डवस्तदा तथा स विस्मयाविष्टो हृष्टरोमा धनञ्जय प्रणम्य शिरसे देवं कृतञ्जलिरभाष्टश अर्जुन उवाच पश्यामि देवस्तव देवदेहे सर्वां तथा भूतविशेषसङ्गान् ब्रह्मणमिषिं कमलासानस्तां मिषिंश्च सर्वाणुग्रंश्च दिव्यान् अनेकबाहान्द्रवक्त्रनेत्रं पश्यामि त्वं सर्वतोऽनन्तरूपं नान्तं न मध्यं न पुनस्त्वादिं पश्यामि विश्वरूप किरीटं गदिं चक्रिणं च तेजोराशिं सर्वतो दीप्तिमन्तं पश्यामि त्वं धुनिरीक्षं समन्ताद् दीप्तिनालार्कद्युतिम् अप्रणम्यं त्वमक्षरं परमं वेदितव्यं त्वमास्य विश्वाय परं निदम्नम् त्वमव्ययः शाश्वतं धर्मगुणन्तस्त्वं पुरुषो मतो मे अनादिमध्यान्तमनन्तवीर्यम् अनन्तबाहुं शशिसूर्यनेत्रं पश्यामि त्वां दीप्तहुतास्य वक्त्रं स्वतेजसा विश्वमिदं तपन्तम् दिव्या वा पृथिवोरिदमन्तरं हि व्याप्तं त्वयैकेन ऋचश्च सर्वा दृष्ट्वा भूतं रूपम् उग्रं तवेदं लोकोत्रयं प्रविथातं महात्मम् अमीहि त्वां सुरसङ्गविशिषन्ति केचिद्भीतः प्रणलयो गृह्णन्ति स्वस्तीत्युक्त्वा महाराशासि सिद्धसङ्गा स्तुवन्ति त्वां स्तुतिभिः पुक्षलाभिः रुद्रादित्यवसवो ये च साध्य विश्वेश्विनो मरुत्वश्चोपचश्च गान्धर्वयक्षसुरसिद्धसङ्गा वीक्ष्यन्ते त्वां विस्मयस्वैव सर्वे रूपं महते बाहुवक्नेत्रं महाबाहो बहुरूपादं बहुदारं बहुदंष्ट्रकारलं दृष्ट्वा नाभः स्पृशं दीप्तमनेकवर्णं व्यात्मात्मनं दीप्तविशालनेत्रं दृष्ट्वा हि त्वं प्रविदितात्मा दृप्तिं न विन्दामि समं च विष्णु दंष्ट्रकरालानि च ते मुखानि दृष्ट्वैव कमलासनि भानि दिशो नेरानाविका शर्मा प्रसीद देवेश जगन्निवास
अमी च त्वां धृतराष्ट्रस्य पुत्राः सर्वे सहैवावनिपालसङ्गैः भीष्मो द्रोणः सूतपुत्रस्तथासौ सहास्मदीयैरपि योधमुख्यैः वक्त्राणि ते त्वरमाना विशन्ति दंष्ट्राकरालानि भयानकानि केचिद्विलग्ना दशनान्तरेषु सन्दृश्यन्ते चूर्णितै उत्तमाङ्गैः यथा नदीनां बहवो अम्बुवेगाः समुद्रमेवाभिमुखा द्रवन्ति तथा तवामि नरलोकवीर विशन्ति वक्त्राणि अभिविज्वलन्ति यथा प्रदीप्तं ज्वलनं पतङ्गा विशन्ति नाशाय समृद्धवेगाः तथैव नाशाय विशन्ति लोकास्तवापि वक्त्राणि समृद्धवेगाः लेलीयशीघ्रसमानः समन्तात् लोकान् समग्रान् वदनैज्ज्वलद्भिः तेजोभिरापूर्य जगत्समग्रं भासस्तवोग्राः प्रतपन्ति विष्णो आख्याहि मे को भवानुग्ररूपो नमोऽस्तु ते देववर प्रसीद विज्ञातुमिच्छामि भवन्तमाद्यं न हि प्रजानामि तव प्रवृत्तिं श्रीभगवानुवाच कालोऽस्मि लोकक्षयकृत् प्रवृद्धो लोकान् समाहर्तुम् इह प्रवृत्तः ऋतेऽपि त्वां नवविशन्ति सर्वे ये अवस्थिताः प्रतिनीकेषु योधाः तस्मात् त्वमुत्तिष्ठ यशो लभस्व जित्वा शत्रून् भुङ्क्ष राज्यं समृद्धं मयैवते निहताः पूर्वमेव निमित्तमात्रं भव सव्यसाचिन् द्रोणं च भीष्मं च जयद्रथं च कर्णं तथा ज्ञानपि योधवीरान् मया हतां त्वं जहिमा वितिष्ठ योध्यस्व जेतास्यने सपत्नान् सञ्जय उवाच एतत् श्रुत्वा वचनं केशवस्य कृताञ्जलिर्वेपमान किरीटी नमस्कृत्वा भूय एवाह कृष्णं सगद्गतं भीत प्रणम्य अर्जुनोवाच स्थाने ऋषिकेश तव प्रकीर्त्या जगत्प्रविश्यति अनुरज्यते च रक्षांसि भीतानि दिशो द्रवन्ति सर्वे नमस्यन्ति च सिद्धसङ्गाः कस्माच्च तेन न मेरन्महात्मन् गरीयसे ब्रह्मणोऽपि आदिकर्त्रे अनन्तदेवेश जगन्निवास त्वम् अक्षरं सदसत्परं यत् त्वमादिदेवः पुरुषः पुराणस्त्वमस्य विश्वस्य परं निदानं वेतासि वेद्यं च परं च धाम त्वया ततं विश्वमनन्तरूप वायोर्यमो अग्निवर्णस्य शशाङ्कः प्रजापतिस्त्वं प्रपितामहश्च नमो नमस्तेऽस्तु सहस्रकृत्वः पुनश्च भूयोऽपि नमो नमस्ते नमः पुरस्तादत पृष्ठतस्ते नमोऽस्तु ते सर्वत एव सर्व अनन्तवीर्यामितविक्रमस्त्वं सर्वं समाप्नोषि ततोऽसि सर्वः सखेति मत्वा प्रसभं यदुक्तं हे कृष्ण हे यादव हे सखेति अजानता महिमानं तवेदं मया प्रमादप्रणयेन वापि यच्चावहासार्थम् असत्कृतोऽसि विहारशय्यासनभोजनेषु एको तवापि अच्युत तत्समक्षं तत्क्षामये त्वाम् अहमप्रमेयं पितासि लोकस्य चराचरस्य त्वमस्य पूज्यश्च गुरुर्गरीयान् न त्वत्समोऽस्ति अभ्यधिकः कुतोऽन्यो लोकत्रयेऽपि यत्प्रतिमप्रभाव तस्मात् प्रणम्य प्रणिधाय कायं प्रसादये त्वाम् अहमीशमीड्यं पितेव पुत्रस्य सखेव सख्युः प्रियप्रियार्हसि देवसोदुम् अदृष्टपूर्वं हृषितोऽस्मि दृष्ट्वा भयेन च भ्रव्यति तं मनो मे तदेव मे दर्शय देवरूपं प्रसीद देवेश जगन्निवास किरीटिनं गदिनं चक्रहस्तम् इच्छामि त्वां द्रष्टुमहं तथैव तेनैव रूपेण चतुर्भुजेन सहस्रबाहो भव विश्वमूर्ते श्रीभगवानुवाच मया प्रसन्नेन तवार्जुनेदं रूपं परं दर्शितमात्मयोगात् तेजोमयं विश्वमनन्तमाद्यं यन्मे त्वदन्येन न दृष्ट्वपूर्वं न वेदयज्ञादयनिर्न दानिर्न च क्रियाभिर्न तपोभिरुग्रैः एवं रूपः शक्य अहं नृलोके द्रष्टुं त्वदन्येन न कुरु प्रवीर मा ते व्यथा मा च विमूढभावो दृष्ट्वा रूपं घोरमीदृन्ममेदं व्यपेतभिः प्रीतमनः पुनस्त्वं तदेव मे रूपमिदं प्रपश्य सञ्जय उवाच इति अर्जुनं वासुदेवस्ततोक्त्वा स्वकं रूपं दर्शयामास भूयः आश्वासयामास च भीतमेनं भूत्वा पुनः सौम्य वपुर्महात्मा अर्जुन उवाच दृष्ट्वेदं मानुषं रूपं तव सौम्यं जनार्दन इदानीमस्मि संवृत्तः सचेतः प्रकृतिं गतः श्रीभगवानुवाच सुदुर्दर्शमिदं रूपं दृष्टवानसि यावां देवा अपि अस्य रूपस्य नित्यं दर्शनकाङ्क्षिणः नाहं वेदैर्न तपसा न दानेन न चेजया शक्य एवं विदो द्रष्टुं दृष्टवानसि मां यथा भक्त्या त्वनन्यया शक्य अहमेवं विदो अर्जुन यातुं द्रष्टुं च तत्त्वेन प्रवेशुं च परन्तपा कर्मत् परमो मद्भक्तः सङ्गवर्जितः निर्वैरः सर्वभूतेषु यसमामेति पाण्डव ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे विश्वरूपदर्शनयोगो नाम एकादशोऽध्यायः।
Chapter 12, Devotional Service. Arjuna inquired, which are considered to be more perfect, those who are always properly engaged in their devotional service, or those who worship the impersonal Brahman, the unmanifested? The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, those who fix their minds on my personal form and are always engaged in worshipping me with great and transcendental faith are considered by me to be most perfect. But those who fully worship the unmanifested, that which lies beyond the perception of the senses, the all-pervading, inconceivable, unchanging, fixed, and immovable, the impersonal conception of the absolute truth, by controlling the various senses and being equally disposed to everyone, such persons engaged in the welfare of all at last achieve me. For those whose minds are attached to the unmanifested, impersonal feature of the Supreme, advancement is very troublesome. To make progress in that discipline is always difficult for those who are embodied. But those who worship me, giving up all their activities unto me, and being devoted to me without deviation, engaged in devotional service and always meditating upon me, having fixed their minds upon me, O son of Pritha, for them I am the swift deliverer from the ocean of birth and death. Just fix your mind upon me, the Supreme Personality of God has said, or the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and engage all your intelligence in me. Thus you will live in me always, without a doubt. My dear Arjuna, O winner of wealth, if you cannot fix your mind upon me without deviation, then follow the regulative principles of Bhakti Yoga. In this way, develop a desire to attain me. If you cannot practice the regulations of Bhakti Yoga, then just try to work for me, because by working for me, you will come to the perfect stage. If, however, you're unable to work for me in this consciousness of me, then try to act giving up all results of your work, and try to be self-situated. If you cannot take to this practice, then engage yourself in the cultivation of knowledge. Better than knowledge, however, is meditation, and better than meditation is renunciation of the fruits of action. For by such renunciation, one can attain peace of mind. One who is not envious but is a kind friend to all living entities, who does not think himself a proprietor and is free from false ego, who is equal in both happiness and distress, who is tolerant, always satisfied, self-controlled, and engaged in devotional service with determination, his mind and intelligence fixed on me. Such a devotee of mine is very dear to me. He by whom no one is put into difficulty, and who is not disturbed by anyone, who is equipoised in happiness and distress, fear and anxiety, is very dear to me. My devotee who is not dependent on the ordinary course of activities, who is pure, expert, without cares, free from all pains, and not striving for some result, is very dear to me. One who neither rejoices nor grieves, who neither laments nor desires, and who renounces both auspicious and inauspicious things. Such a devotee is very dear to me. One who is equal to friends and enemies, who is equipoised in honor and dishonor, heat and cold, happiness and distress, fame and infamy, who is always free from contaminating association, always silent and satisfied with anything, who doesn't care for any residence, who is fixed in knowledge and who is engaged in devotional service. Such a person is very dear to me. Those who follow this imperishable path of devotional service and who completely engage themselves with faith, making me the supreme goal, are very, very dear to me.
Hare Krishna. Now we will listen to the third section summary, chapters 13 through 18, by Her Grace Sundari Radhika Mataji.
ओमज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः. So chapter 13 is titled Nature, the Enjoyer and Consciousness. It talks about 6 different topics Kshetra Kshetrajna Jnana Gneyam. And the English translation is one who understands the difference between the body, the soul, and the super soul. Beyond them, both attains liberation from this material world. So, in this chapter, there is one important verse. It's a group of 4 verses. It's text 8 to 12. It defines what is knowledge. So oftentimes we think that knowledge means a lot of information, knowing a lot of math or knowing a lot of current affairs or knowing a lot of philosophy even, we think that is knowledge. But this chapter specifies what is knowledge. And it says, humility, pridelessness, non-violence, tolerance, simplicity, approaching a bona fide spiritual master, cleanliness, steadiness, self-control, renunciation of the objects of sense gratification, absence of false ego, the perception of the evil of birth, death, old age and disease, detachment, freedom from entanglement with children, wife, home and the rest, even-mindedness amid pleasant and unpleasant events, constant and unalloyed devotion to me, aspiring to live in a solitary place, detachment from the general mass of people, accepting the importance of self-realization and philosophical search for the absolute truth. All these I declare to be knowledge, and besides this, whatever there may be is ignorance. So this is, some of the items may not be very obvious, like why it says living in a solitary place. It has a meaning. So if we read the purport Srila Prabhupada wrote for those verses, we can understand more about this. But it is a realization that knowledge just doesn't mean what we get through our intelligence. It means the behavior mostly. This says different aspects of behavior convey that you have knowledge. So if it doesn't translate into behavior, it's not really called knowledge. So chapter 14, the title is The 3 Modes of Material Nature. All embodied souls are under the control of the 3 modes or qualities of material nature. The 3 modes are goodness, passion and ignorance. And Krishna explains how these modes are and how they have influence on us and how we can transcend them. And what are the symptoms of a person who transcended. These are like 3 strings that are pulling us. And sometimes we are pulled by one string, sometimes another string. So we are not really in one particular mode, but we can be in different combinations of modes. But being free means being not pulled by these strings. And he explains what is being free, what kind of person is said to be transcending these modes of nature. So that is in the text 22 to 25. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, O son of Pandu, he who does not hate illumination, attachment and delusion when they are present, or long for them when they disappear. So we want some things and we hanker for them, and when they're not there, we long for them. So that is not there in this kind of transcendental person, who is unwavering and undisturbed through all these reactions of material qualities. So when we are being pulled by these strings, so many things happen in our life. So a person who is transcendental, he is not feeling disturbed. He is not feeling agitated. Remaining neutral and transcendental, knowing that the modes alone are active. So if a person is in rage, we don't think, a person who is transcendental won't think that it's the problem of the person. He will think that he is under the modes of material nature and the modes are pulling him to act in this manner. So that is the understanding he extends towards every situation in life. So he is not affected so much as someone who doesn't have this knowledge will be affected. So he is situated in the self and he regards alike happiness and distress. So one who looks upon lump of earth, a stone, a piece of gold with an equal eye, who's equal toward the desirable and undesirable, who's steady, situated equally well in praise and blame. That is very difficult, isn't it? When someone praises, we are really happy, and someone blames us for something that we didn't do, then we become really sad. But when people do that, they do that because of their being controlled by the modes. So when a person understands that, not much reaction comes. So he's also equipoised in honor and dishonor. He treats alike both friend and enemy, and he has renounced all material activities. Such a person is said to have transcended the modes of nature. That is chapter 14. And chapter 15, the Yoga of the Supreme. The ultimate purpose of Vedic knowledge is to detach oneself from the entanglement of the material world and to understand Lord Krishna as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. One who understands Krishna's supreme identity surrenders unto him and engages in his devotional service. So this chapter talks about what happens when we transcend, or how the spiritual world will be. So in this, text 5 is something that strikes. Those who are free from false prestige, illusion and false association, who understand the eternal, who are done with material lust, and who are freed from dualities of happiness and distress, and who unbewildered know how to surrender unto the Supreme Person, attain to that eternal kingdom. So again and again Krishna refers to being like stable in different situations. Even here he says that one has to be free from the dualities of happiness and distress, because everything is temporary, and we are supposed to be in the spiritual world where happiness is eternal. Over here it's temporary. If we have proper understanding and proper strength to live by that, then we can attain the kingdom of God at the end of this life. Chapter 16, the divine and demoniac natures. Those who possess demoniac qualities and who live whimsically without following the regulations of scripture attain lower births and further material bondage. But those who possess divine qualities and live regulated lives, abiding by scriptural authority, gradually attain spiritual perfection. So it's a fashion now to live like dysregulated life, like you sleep whenever and get up whenever, sometimes take a shower, sometimes don't. And the next day, couple of days they don't, and then maybe next day they will. So that is demoniac. Not having any regulation in life is demoniac, and that pulls us down to lower births when we leave this body. When Krishna thinks, okay, you want to be like this, right? So this body is not suitable for being like this. I'll give you another body in which you can be like that. Like, animals don't have to take a shower every day, right? So we may get lower births if we cultivate these demoniac qualities. But divine qualities, if we cultivate, then we'll go to higher births. So what are the divine qualities? That is mentioned in verses 1 to 3. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, fearlessness, purification of one's existence, cultivation of spiritual knowledge, charity, self-control, performance of sacrifice, study of the Vedas, austerity, simplicity, non-violence, truthfulness, freedom from anger, renunciation, tranquility, aversion to fault-finding, compassion for all living entities, freedom from covetousness, gentleness, modesty, steady determination, vigor, forgiveness, fortitude, cleanliness, and freedom from envy, and from the passion for honor. These transcendental qualities, O son of Bharata, belong to godly men, endowed with divine nature. Maybe we can put it on our fridge and look at it every day. That will give us some foundation on how we should behave, so that we can be called divine, not demoniac. So this Bhagavad Gita is a guide for us on how we can live our life. And all these verses that I chose are meant to remind us on how we should live our life. In chapter 17, the divisions of faith, there are 3 types of faith corresponding to and evolving from the 3 modes of material nature. Acts performed by those whose faith is in passion and ignorance yield only impermanent material results, whereas acts performed in goodness in accord with scriptural injunctions purify the heart and lead to pure faith in Lord Krishna and devotion to Him. So different modes will result in different kinds of worship also, different kinds of cultivation. So in this chapter, there is a good, list of things, and among that, I chose austerity of speech. So, being austere is a divine quality. So, austerity of speech consists of speaking words that are truthful, pleasing, beneficial, and not agitating to others, and also in regularly reciting Vedic literature. So that's a good quality that will take us up, not down. So, and the next one is, what is the austerity of the mind? Satisfaction, simplicity. Satisfaction means you are happy with whatever comes on its own. You are not like, oh, I need a better position, I need to go to better school, I need to get a better job. That's not being satisfied. You will try for being better, but you are not always agitated that I need something better, I need this, I need that. You are satisfied. And then simplicity, not being like too complicated. If I do this, I'll get this. She will think like that, or he will think like that, then he will say like this, then I will do this. So this is all complication. So if you are simple, that is the austerity of mind. Simple doesn't just mean external, it's also internal. Gravity, not acting like a headless chicken, being grave. And self-control and purification of one's existence. When we want to do things that will purify us, they're not actually very appealing in the beginning. But you can control your mind to do those. That is the austerity of mind. Otherwise, mind which is uncontrolled won't let you do activities that will purify you. And another verse, threefold austerity performed with transcendental faith by men not expecting material benefits. So when we do devotional activities also, sometimes we expect some material benefits. But if we do it without expecting any material benefits, only for the sake of the Supreme, that is called austerity in the mode of goodness. So chapter 18, conclusion, the perfection of renunciation. Krishna explains the meaning of renunciation and the effects of the modes of nature on human consciousness and activity. He explains Brahman realization, the glories of the Bhagavad Gita, and the ultimate conclusion of the Gita. The highest path of religion is absolute, unconditional loving surrender unto Lord Krishna, which frees one from all sins, brings one to complete enlightenment, and enables one to return to Krishna's eternal spiritual abode. In this I have 3 verses that I wanted to mention. One who performs his duty without association with the modes of material nature, without false ego, with great determination and enthusiasm, and without wavering in success or failure, is said to be a worker in the mode of goodness. So we talked about the modes. There is passion, ignorance, and goodness. We always try to be beyond passion, ignorance. We want to be in the mode of goodness. From that, becoming transcendental is very easy. So all these verses talk about how to be in the mode of goodness. And also, another verse, text 42, it talks about the qualities of Brahmanas. So it's not that by being born in a certain kind of family we become, we belong to a certain caste, but it's according to the qualities. And the qualities by which a person is known as a Brahmana is peacefulness, self-control, austerity, purity, tolerance, honesty, knowledge, wisdom, and religiousness. So if someone has these, then they can be called as a Brahmana. Otherwise, he can't be. 51 to 53. being purified by his intelligence and controlling the mind with determination, giving up the objects of sense gratification, being freed from attachment and hatred, one who lives in a secluded place, who eats little, who controls his body, mind, and power of speech, who's always in trance and who's detached, free from false ego, false strength, false pride, lust, anger, and acceptance of material things, free from false proprietorship and peaceful. Such a person is certainly elevated to the position of self-realization. So Bhagavad Gita gives us so many tips on how we can become transcendental. The goal of life is not to just enjoy the material world, senses, and try to be, the master, but the goal of life is to transcend. And Bhagavad Gita gives so many of these in these last 6 chapters. I hope you'll catch many more points when you read. Thank you so much.
अत त्रयोदशोऽध्यायः अर्जुन उवाच प्रकृतिं पुरुषं चैव क्षेत्रं क्षेत्रज्ञमेव च एतद्वेदितुमिच्छामि ज्ञानं ज्ञेयं च केशव। श्रीभगवानुवाच इदं शरीरं कौन्तेय क्षेत्रमित्यभिधीयते एतद्यो वेत्ति तं प्राहुः क्षेत्रज्ञ इति तद्विदः। क्षेत्रज्ञां चापि मां विद्धि सर्वक्षेत्रेषु भारत। क्षेत्रक्षेत्रज्ञयोर्ज्ञानं यत्तज्ज्ञानं मतं मम तत्क्षेत्रं यच्च यादृक्ष यद्विकारी यथश्चेत् स च यो यत्प्रभावश्च तत्समासेन मे शृणु। ऋषिभिर्बहुधा गीतं छन्दोभिर्विविधैः पृथक् ब्रह्मसूत्रपदैश्चैव हेतुमद्भिर्विनश्चितैः। महाभूतान्यहङ्कारो बुद्धिरव्यक्तमेव च इन्द्रियाणि दशैकं च पञ्चचेन्द्रियगोचर। इच्छा द्वेष सुखं दुःखं सङ्गतश्च चेतनाधृतिः एतत् क्षेत्रं समासेन सविकारमुदारतम्। अमानित्वम् अधम्बित्वम् अहिंसा क्षान्तिरार्जवम् आचार्योपासनं शौचं स्थैर्यमात्मविनिग्रहः। इन्द्रियार्थेषु वैराग्यम् अनहङ्कार एव च जन्म मृत्युजरा व्याधि दुःखदोषानुदर्शनम् असक्तिरनभिस्वङ्ग पुत्रधारा गृहादिषु नित्यं च समचित्तत्वम् इष्टानिष्टोपपत्तिषु मयि चानन्ययोगेन भक्तिरव्यभिचारिणी विविक्तदेशसेवित्वम् अरतिर्जनसंसदि अध्यात्मज्ञाननित्यत्वम् तत्त्वज्ञानार्थदर्शनम् एतज्ज्ञानम् इति प्रोक्तम् अज्ञानं यदथोऽन्यथा ज्ञेयं यत्तत् प्रवक्ष्यामि यज्ञात्वमृतमश्नुते। अनादिमत्परं ब्रह्म न सत्तन्नासदुच्यते सर्वतः पनिपादं तत् सर्वतोक्षिशिरोमुखं सर्वतः श्रुतिमल्लोके सर्वमावृत्य तिष्ठति। सर्वेन्द्रियगुणाभासं सर्वेन्द्रियविवर्जितम् असक्तं सर्वभृक्षैव निर्गुणं गुणभोक्तृ च। बहिरन्तश्च भूतानाम् आचारं चरमेव च सूक्ष्मत्वादविज्ञेयं दूरस्थं चान्तिके च तत् अविभक्तं च भूतेषु विभक्तम् इव च स्थितं। भूता भर्तृर्थ च ज्ञेयं ग्रसिष्णु प्रभविष्णु च ज्योतिषामपि तज्ज्योतिस्तमसः परमुच्यते। ज्ञानं ज्ञेयं ज्ञानगम्यं हृदि सर्वस्य विष्ठितम् इति क्षेत्रं तथा ज्ञानं ज्ञेयं चोक्तं समासतः। मद्भक्ता एतद्विज्ञाय मद्भावयोपपद्यते। प्रकृतिं पुरुषं चैव विद्यादियुभावपि विकारंश्च गुणांश्चैव विधि प्रकृतिसम्भवान्। कार्यकारणकर्तृत्वे हेतु प्रकृतिरुच्यते। पुरुषः सुखदुःखानां भोक्तृत्वे हेतुरुच्यते। Purusha Prakritisto hi Bhunkte Prakritirjan Gunan Karanam Gunasangosya Saddasadyo Nijanmasu Upadrashtanumantacha Bharata Bhokta Bharashvara Paramatmeti Chapyukto Dehesmin Purusha Paraha Ya Evam Veti Purusham Prakritim Cha Kunaisaha Sarvata Vartamanopi Nasabhuyo Bhijayate Dhyanenaatmani Pashyanti Kechidatmanamaatmana Anye Sankhena Yogena Karma Yogena Chapare Anye Tvevam Ajananta Shrutvanyebhya Upasate Tepi Chatittarantyeva Mrityam Shruti Parayanaha Yavat Sanjayate Kinchit Sattvam Stavara Jangamam Kshetra Kshetrajna Samyogat Tadvidhi Bharatarshava Samam Sarveshu Bhuteshu Tishtantam Parameshwaram Vinashyatsva Vinashyantam Yapashyati Sapashyati Samam Pashyan Hi Sarvatra Samavashtitam Ishwaram Nahi Nastyatmanatmanam Tato Yati Param Gatim Prakrityeva Cha Karmani Kriyamanani Sarvashaha Yapashyati Tatatmanam Akartaram Sapashyati Yadha Bhuta Pratagbhavam Ekastam Anupashyati Tata eva cha vistaram Brahma sampadyate tada Anaditvam nirgunatvat Paramatmayam avyaya Sharirashtopi kaunteya Nakaroti na lipyate Yata sarvagatam saukshmyat Akasham nopalipyate Sarvatra vashtito dehe Tatatmanopalipyate Yata prakashayatyekha Kritsnam lokam imam ravihi Kshetram kshetra tata kritsnam Prakashayati Bharata Kshetra Kshetrajnayorevam Antaram Jnana Chakshusha Bhuta Prakriti Moksham Cha Ye Vidhuryanti Te Param Om Tat Saditi Srimad Bhagavad Gita Su Upanishadsu Brahma Vidyayam Yoga Shastre Shri Krishna Arjuna Samvade Kshetra Kshetrajna Vibhaga Yogo Namaha Trayodashodhyayaha.
Chapter 14, The Three Modes of Material Nature. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "Again I shall declare you to the Supreme Wisdom, the best of all knowledge, knowing which all the sages have attained the supreme perfection."
By becoming fixed in this knowledge, one can attain to the transcendental nature like my own. Thus established, one is not born at the time of creation or disturbed at the time of dissolution.
The total material substance, called Brahman, is the source of birth, and it is that Brahman that I impregnate, making possible the births of all living beings, O son of Bharata.
The total material substance, called Brahman, is the source. It should be understood that all species of life, O son of Kunti, are made possible by birth in this material nature, and that I am the seed-giving father.
Material nature consists of three modes: goodness, passion, and ignorance. When the eternal living entity comes in contact with nature, O mighty armed Arjuna, he becomes conditioned by these modes.
O sinless one, the mode of goodness, being purer than the others, is illuminating, and it frees one from all sinful reactions. Those situated in that mode becoming conditioned by a sense of happiness and knowledge.
The mode of passion is born of unlimited desires and longings, O son of Kunti, and because of this the embodied living entity is bound to material fruitive actions.
O son of Brahta, knowing that the mode of darkness, born of ignorance, is the delusion of all embodied living entities, the results of this mode are madness, indolence, and sleep, which bind the conditioned soul.
O son of Bharata, the mode of goodness conditions one to happiness, passion conditions one to fruit of action, and ignorance covering one's knowledge binds one to madness.
Sometimes the mode of goodness becomes prominent, defeating the modes of passion and ignorance, O son of Brata. Sometimes the mode of passion defeats goodness and ignorance. At other times, ignorance defeats goodness and passion. In this way, there is always competition for supremacy.
The manifestation of the mode of goodness can be experienced when all the gates of the body are illuminated by knowledge.
O chief of the Pratas, when there is an increase in the mode of passion, the symptoms of great attachment, rate of activity, intense endeavor, and uncontrollable desire and hankering develop.
When there is an increase in the mode of ignorance, O son of Kuru, darkness, inertia, madness, and illusion are manifested.
When one dies in the mode of goodness, he attains to the pure higher planets of the great sages.
When one dies in the mode of passion, he takes birth among those engaged in fruitive activities. And when one dies in the mode of ignorance, he takes birth in the animal kingdom.
The result of pious action is pure and is said to be in the mode of goodness. But action done in the mode of passion results in misery, and action performed in the mode of ignorance results in foolishness.
From the mode of goodness, real knowledge develops. From the mode of passion, greed develops. And from the mode of ignorance develop foolishness, madness, and illusion.
Those situated in the mode of goodness gradually go upward to the higher planets. Those in the mode of passion live on the earthly planets, and those in the abominable mode of ignorance go down the hellish worlds.
When one properly sees that in all activities no other performer is at work than these modes of nature, and he knows the Supreme Lord, who is transcendental to all these modes, he attains my spiritual nature.
When the embodied being is able to transcend these three modes associated with the material body, he can become free from birth, death, old age, and their distresses, and can enjoy nectar even in this life.
Arjuna inquired, O my dear Lord, by what symptoms is one known who is transcendental to these three modes? What is his behavior, and how does he transcend the modes of nature?
The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, O son of Pandu, who does not hate illumination, attachment, and delusion when they are present, or long enough for them when they disappear, who is unwavering and undisturbed through all these reactions of the material qualities, remaining neutral and transcendental, knowing that the modes alone are active, who is situated in the self and regards alike happiness and distress, who looks upon a lump of earth, a stone, a piece of gold with an equal eye, who is equal toward the desirable and the undesirable, who is steady, situated equally well in praise and blame, honor and dishonor, who treats alike both friend and enemy, who has renounced all material activities. Such a person is said to have transcended the modes of nature.
One who engages in full devotional service, unfailing in all circumstances, at once transcends the modes of material nature and thus comes to the level of Brahman. And I am the basis of the impersonal Brahman, which is immortal, imperishable, and eternal, and is the constitutional position of ultimate happiness.
अथ पञ्चदशोऽध्यायः श्रीभगवानुवाच ऊर्ध्वमूलमदशाकम् अश्वत्थं प्राहुरव्ययं छन्दांसि यस्य पर्णानि यस्तं वेद स वेदवित् अधश्चोर्ध्वं प्रसृतस्तस्य शाखा गुणा प्रवृद्धा विषयप्रवाल अधश्च मूलान्यनुसन्तनानि कर्मानुबन्धीनि मनुष्यलोके न रूपमस्येह तदोपलभ्यते नन्तो न चादिर्न च सम्प्रतिष्ठा अश्वत्थमेनं सुविरुद्धमूलम् असङ्गशस्त्रेण दृढेन चित्वा तथा पदं तत्परिमार्गितव्यं यस्मिन् गता न निवर्तन्ति भूय तमेव चाद्यं पुरुषं प्रपद्ये यथा पुराणी निर्माणमोहजितसङ्गदोष अध्यात्मनित्यविनिवृत्तकाम द्वन्द्वैर्विमुक्तः सुखदुःखसंज्ञैर्गच्छन्त्यमूढपदमयं तत् न तद्भासयते सूर्यो न शशाङ्को न पावकः यद्गत्वा न निवर्तन्ते तद्धाम परमं मम ममैवांसो जीवलोके जीवभूतः सनातन मनःशस्तानीन्द्रियाणि प्रकृतिस्थानि कर्षति हिरं यदवाप्नोति यच्चाप्युत्क्रमतीश्वर गृहीत्वैतानि संयाति वायुर्गन्धनिवासयत् श्रोत्रं चक्षुस्पर्शनं च रसनं घ्राणमेव च अधिष्ठाय मनश्चायं विषयन् उपसेवते उत्क्रमन्तं सितं वापि भुञ्जानं वा गुणान्वितं विमूढनानुपश्यन्ति पश्यन्ति ज्ञानचक्षुषा यतन्तो योगिनश्चैनं पश्यन्त्यात्मन्यवस्थितं यतन्तोऽप्याकृतात्मानो न पश्यन्त्यतीतसा तेजो यत्तेऽखिलं यच्चन्द्रमासि यच्चाग्नौ तत्तेजो विद्धि मामकं गमाविश्य च भूतानि धारयं याहमोजसा पुष्णामि चौषधी सर्वा सोमो भूत्वा रसात्मका अहं वैश्वानरो भूत्वा प्राणिनां देहमाश्रिता प्राणपानसमयुक्ता पाचनविधं सर्वस्य चाहं हृदि सन्निविष्टो मत्तस्मृतिर्ज्ञानमपोहनं च वेदैश्च सर्वैरहमेव वेद्यो वेदान्तकृत् वेदविदेव चाहं द्वाविमो पुरुषौ लोके क्षारश्चक्षरमेव च क्षार सर्वाणि भूतानि कूटस्थोऽक्षरमुच्यते उत्तमपुरुषस्त्वान्य परमात्मेतुदाहृत यो लोकत्रयमवीश्वर यस्मात्क्षारमतीतोऽहम् अक्षरादपि चोत्तम अतोऽस्मि लोके वेदे च प्रतीतपुरुषोत्तम यो मामेवं स मूढो जानाति पुरुषोत्तमं स सर्वविद् भजति मां सर्वभावेन भारत इति गुह्यतमं शास्त्रम् इदं मुक्तं मया नघ एतद्बुद्ध्वा बुद्धिमान् स्यात् कृतकृत्यश्च भारत ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे पुरुषोत्तमयोगो नाम पञ्चदशोऽध्यायः।
Chapter 16, the Divine and Demonic Natures. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, fearlessness, purification of one existence, cultivation of spiritual knowledge, charity, self-control, performance of sacrifice, study of the Vedas, austerity, simplicity, nonviolence, truthfulness, freedom from anger, renunciation, tranquility, aversion to fault-finding, compassion for all living entities, freedom for covetousness, modesty, steady determination, vigor, forgiveness, fortitude, cleanliness, and freedom from envy and from the passion of honor. These transcendental qualities, O son of Brata, belong to godly men endowed with his divine nature.
Pride, arrogance, conceit, anger, harshness, and ignorance. These qualities belong to those of demoniac nature, O son of Pritha.
The transcendental qualities are conducive to liberation, whereas the demonic qualities make for bondage. Do not worry, O son of Pandu, for you are born with divine qualities.
O son of Pritha, in this world there are two kinds of created beings. One is called divine and the other demoniac. I have already explained to you at length the divine qualities. Now hear from me of the demoniac.
Those who are demonic do not know what is to be done and what is not to be done. Neither cleanliness nor proper behavior nor truth is found in them.
They say that this world is unreal, with no foundation, no God in control. They say it is produced of sex desire and has no cause other than lust.
Following such conclusions, the demonic, who are lost to themselves and who have no intelligence, engage in unbeneficial, horrible works meant to destroy the world.
Taking shelter of insatiable lust and absorbed in the conceit of pride and false prestige, the demoniac, thus illusioned, are always sworn to unclean work, attracted by the impermanent.
They believe that to gratify the senses is the prime necessity of human civilization. Thus, until the end of life, their anxiety is immeasurable. Bound by a network of hundreds of thousands of desires and absorbed in lust and anger, they secure money by illegal means for a sense of gratification.
The demoniac person thinks, so much wealth do I have today, and I will gain more according to my schemes. So much is mine now, and it will increase in the future more and more. He is my enemy, and I have killed him, and my other enemies will also be killed. I am the Lord of everything. I am the enjoyer. I am perfect, powerful, and happy. I am the richest man, surrounded by aristocratic relatives. There is none so powerful and happy as I am. I shall perform sacrifices, I shall give some charity, and thus I shall rejoice. In this way such persons are deluded by ignorance.
Thus perplexed by various anxieties and bound by a network of illusions, they become too strongly attached to sense of enjoyment and fall down into hell.
Self-complacent and always impudent, deluded by wealth and false prestige, they sometimes proudly perform sacrifices in name only, without following any rules or regulations.
Bewildered by false ego, strength, pride, lust, and anger, the demons become envious of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is situated in their own bodies and in the bodies of others, and blaspheme against the real religion.
Those who are envious and mischievous, who are the lowest among men, I perpetually cast into the ocean of material existence, into various demoniac species of life.
There are 3 gates leading to this hell. Attaining repeated birth amongst the species of demonic life, O son of Kunti, such persons can never approach me. Gradually they sink down to the most abominable type of existence.
There are 3 gates leading to this hell: lust, anger, and greed. Every sane man should give these up, for they lead to the degradation of the soul.
The man who has escaped these 3 gates of hell, O son of Kunti, perform acts conducive to self-realization and thus gradually attains the supreme destination.
He who discards scriptural injunctions and acts according to his own whims attains neither perfection, nor happiness, nor the supreme destination.
One should therefore understand what is duty and what is not duty by the regulations of the scriptures. Knowing such rules and regulations, one should act so that he may gradually be elevated.
अथ सप्तदशोऽध्यायः अर्जुन उवाच ये शास्त्रविधिमुत्सृज्य यजन्ते श्रद्धयान्विताः तेषां निष्ठा तु का कृष्ण सत्त्वम् आहोरजस्तमः श्रीभगवानुवाच त्रिविधा भवति श्रद्धा देहिनां सा स्वभावजा सात्विकी राजसी चैव तामसी चेतां शृणु सत्त्वानुरूप सर्वस्य श्रद्धा भवति भारत श्रद्धामयोऽयं पुरुषो यो यश्रद्धा स एव सः यजन्ते सात्विका देवान् यक्षरक्षांसि राजसः प्रेतान् भूतगणांश्चान्ये यजन्ते तामसा जनः अशास्त्रविहितं घोरं तप्यन्ते ये तपो जनः दम्भाहङ्कारसंयुक्ताः युक्ता कामरागबलान्वितः कर्षयन्तः शरीरस्थं भूतग्रामम् अचेतसः मां चैवान्तः शरीरस्थं तान् विद्यासुरनिश्चयान् आहारस्त्वपि सर्वस्य त्रिविधो भवति प्रियः यज्ञस्तपस्तथा दानं तेषां भेदम् इमं शृणु आयुः सत्त्वबलारोग्य सुखप्रीतिविवर्धनः रस्या स्निग्धा स्थिरा हृद्या आहार सात्विका प्रियः कत्वं ललवनात्युष्णा तीक्ष्णरुक्षविदाहिनः आहार राजसश्रेष्ठा दुःखशोकामयप्रदः याथयामं गतराशं पूतिपर्युषितं च यत् उच्छिष्टम् अपि चामेद्यं भोजनं तामसप्रियम् अफलाकाङ्क्षिभिर्यज्ञो विद्धिदिष्टो य युज्यते यष्टव्यमेवेति मनः समाधाय स सात्विकः अभिषन्दाय तु फलं दम्भार्थम् अपि चैव्ययात् युज्यते भरतश्रेष्ठ तं यज्ञं निधिराजसं विद्धिहीनम् अश्रतानं मन्त्रहीनं दक्षिणं श्रद्धाविरहितं यज्ञं तामसं परिचक्ष्यते देवद्विज गुरुप्राज्ञ पूजनं शौचमार्जवं ब्रह्मचर्यम् अहिंसा च शारीरं तप उच्यते अनुद्वेगकरं वाक्यं सत्यं प्रियहितं च यत् स्वाध्यायाभ्यासनं चैव मान्मयं तप उच्यते मनाप्रसादसौम्यत्वं मौनमात्मविनिग्रह भावसंशुद्धिरित्येतत् तपोमानसमुच्यते श्रद्धया परया तप्तं तपस्तत्त्रिविधं नरैः अफलाकाङ्क्षिभिर्युक्तैः सात्विकं परिचक्ष्यते सत्कारमानपूजार्थं तपोदम्बेन चेवयत् क्रियते तदिह प्रोक्तं राजसं चलमध्रुवं मूढग्राहेणात्मनो यत् पीडाया क्रियते तपः परस्योत्साधनार्थं वा तत्तामसमुदाहृतं दातव्यमिति यद्दानं दीयतेनोपकारिणे देशकाले च पात्रे च तद्दानं सात्विकं स्मृतं यत्तु प्रत्युपकारार्थं फलम् उद्दिश्य वा पुनः दीयते च परिक्लिष्टं तद्दानं राजसं स्मृतम् अदेशकाले यद्दानम् अपात्रेभ्यश्च दीयते अशत्कृतम् अवज्ञातं तत्तामसमुदाहृतम् ॐ तत्सदिति निर्देशो ब्राह्मणस्त्रिविधः स्मृतः ब्राह्मणास्तेन वेदाश्च यज्ञाश्च विहिता पुरा तस्मादोमित्युदाहृत्य यज्ञदानतपक्रियाः प्रवर्तन्ते विधानोक्ता सततं ब्रह्मवादिनां तदित्यनभिसन्धाय फलं यज्ञतपक्रियाः दानक्रियाश्च विविधा क्रियन्ते मोक्षकाङ्क्षिभिः सद्भावे साधुभावे च सद् इत्येतत् प्रयुज्यते प्रशस्ते कर्मणि तथा षट्शब्दपार्थयुज्यते यज्ञे तपसि दाने च स्थितिः सदिति चोच्यते कर्म चैव तदर्थीयं तत्सद्भिवा विधीयते अश्रद्धया हुतं दत्तं तपस्तप्तं कृतं च यत् असद् इत्युच्यते पार्थ न च तत्प्रेत्ययो ह्यः ॐ तत्सदिति श्रीमद्भगवद्गीतासु उपनिषत्सु ब्रह्मविद्यायां योगशास्त्रे श्रीकृष्णार्जुनसंवादे श्रद्धात्रयविभागयोगो नाम सप्तदशोऽध्यायः।
Chapter 18, Conclusion, the Perfection of Renunciation. Arjuna said, O mighty armed one, I wish to understand the purpose of renunciation, Tyaga, and of the renounced order of life, Sannyasa, O killer of the Keshi demon, master of the senses. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, the giving up of activities that are based on material desire is what the great learned men call the renounced order of life, Sannyasa, and giving up the results of all activities is what the wise called renunciation, Tyaga. Some learned men declare that all kinds of fruitive activities should be given up as faulty, yet other sages maintain that acts of sacrifice, charity, and penance should never be abandoned. O best of Bharatas, now hear my judgment about renunciation. O tiger among men, renunciation is declared in the scriptures to be of three kinds. Acts of sacrifice, charity, and penance are not to be given up. They must be performed. Indeed, sacrifice, charity, and penance purify even the greatest souls. All these activities should be performed without attachment or any expectation of result. They should be performed as a matter of duty, O son of Pritha. That is my final opinion. Prescribed duties should never be renounced. If one gives up his prescribed duties because of illusion, such renunciation is said to be in the mode of ignorance. Anyone who gives up prescribed duties as troublesome or out of fear of bodily discomfort is said to have renounced that in the mode of passion. Such action never leads to the elevation of renunciation. O Arjuna, when one performs his prescribed duty only because it is ought to be done and renounces all material association and all attachment to the fruit, his renunciation is said to be in the mode of goodness. The intelligent renouncer is situated in the mode of goodness, now neither hateful of inauspicious work nor attached to the auspicious work, has no doubts about work. It is indeed impossible for an embodied being to give up all activities, but he who renounces the fruits of actions is called one who is truly renounced. For one who is not renounced, the threefold fruits of action, desirable, undesirable, and mixed, accrue after death. But those who are in the renounced order of life have no such result to suffer or enjoy. O mighty armed Arjuna, according to the Vedanta, there are 5 causes for the accomplishment of all action. Now learn of these from me. The place of action, the body, the performer, the various senses, the many different kinds of endeavor, and ultimately the supersoul. These are the 5 factors of action. Whatever right or wrong action a man performs by body, mind, or speech is caused by these 5 factors. Therefore, one who thinks himself the only doer, not considering the 5 factors, is certainly not very intelligent and cannot see things as they are. One who is not motivated by false ego, whose intelligence is not entangled, though he kills men in this world, does not kill, nor is he bound by his actions. Knowledge, the object of knowledge, and the knower are these three factors that motivate action. The senses, the work, and the doer are the three constituents of action. According to the three different modes of material nature, there are three kinds of knowledge: action and performer of action. Now hear of them from me. That knowledge by which one undivided spiritual nature is seen in all living entities, though they are divided into innumerable forms, you should understand that these to be in the mode of goodness. That knowledge by which one sees in every body there is a different type of living entity, you should understand to be in the mode of passion. And that knowledge by which one attached to is a kind of work that in all, without knowledge of the truth, and which is very meager, is said to be in the mode of darkness. That action which is regulated and which is performed without attachment, without love or hatred, and without desire for fruitive results is said to be in the mode of goodness. But action performed with great effort by one seeking to gratify his desires and enacted from a sense of false ego is called action in the mode of passion. That action performed in illusion, in disregard of spiritual injunctions, and without concern for future bondage or for violence or distress caused to others is said to be in the mode of ignorance. One who performs his duty without association with the modes of material nature, without false ego, with great determination and enthusiasm, without wavering in the success of failure, is said to be a worker in the mode of goodness. The worker who is attached to work and the fruits of work desires to enjoy these fruits, and who is greedy, always envious, impure, and moved by joy and sorrow, is said to be the mode of passion. The worker who is always engaged in work against the injunctions of the scripture, who is materialistic, obstinate, cheating, and expert in insulting others, and who is lazy, always morose, and procrastinating, is said to be a worker in the mode of ignorance. O winner of wealth, now please listen as I tell you in detail the different kinds of understanding and determination, according to the three modes of material nature. O son of Pritha, the understanding by which one ought to be done and ought not to be done, what is to be feared and what is not to be feared, what is binding and what is liberating, is in the mode of goodness. O son of Pritha, that understanding which cannot distinguish between religion and irreligion, between action and should be done and action that should not be done, is in the mode of passion. That understanding which considers irreligion to be religion and religion to be irreligion, under the spell of illusion and darkness, and strives always in the wrong direction, O Partha, is in the mode of ignorance. O son of Pritha, the determination which is unbreakable, which is sustained with steadfastness by yoga practice, and which thus controls the activities of the mind and senses, mind, life, and senses, is determination in the mode of goodness. But that determination by which one holds fast to fruitive results in religion, economic development, and sense gratification is of the nature of passion, O Arjuna. And that determination which cannot go beyond dreaming, fearfulness, lamentation, moroseness, and illusion, such unintelligent determination, O son of Pritha, is in the mode of darkness. O best of Bharatas, now please hear from me about the three kinds of happiness by which all the conditioned soul enjoys, and by which he sometimes comes to the end of all distress. That which is the beginning may be just like poison, but at the end is just like nectar, which awakens one to self-realization, is said to be the happiness in the mode of goodness. That happiness which is derived from contact of the senses with their objects, and which appears like nectar at first, but poison at the end, is said to be at the nature of passion. And that happiness which is blind to self-realization, which is delusion from beginning to end, and which arises from sleep, laziness, and illusion, is said to be of the nature of ignorance. There is no being existing here, either here or among the demigods in the higher planetary systems, which is freed from these three modes born of material nature. Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Shudras are distinguished by the qualities born of their own nature in accordance with the material modes, O chastiser of the enemy. Peacefulness, self-control, austerity, purity, tolerance, honesty, knowledge, wisdom, and religiousness, these are the natural qualities by which the Brahmanas work. Heroism, power, determination, resourcefulness, courage in battle, generosity, and leadership are the natural qualities of work for the Kshatriyas. Farming, cow protection, and business are the natural work for the Vaishyas, and for the Shudras there are labor and service to others. By following his qualities of work, every man can become perfect. Now please hear from me how this can be done. By worship of the Lord, which is the source of all beings and who is all-pervading, a man can attain perfection through performing his own work. It is better to engage in one's own occupation, even though one may perform it imperfectly, than to accept another's occupation and perform it perfectly. Duties prescribed according to one's nature are never affected by sinful reactions. Every endeavor is covered by some fault, just as fire is covered by smoke. Therefore, one should not give up the work born of its nature, O son of Kunti, even if its work is such full of fault. One who is self-controlled and unattached and who disregards all material enjoyments can obtain by practice of renunciation the highest perfect stage of freedom from reaction. O son of Kunti, learn from me how one who has achieved this perfection can attain to the supreme perfectional stage, Brahman, the stage of the highest knowledge, by acting in the way I shall now summarize. Being purified by his intelligence and controlling the mind with determination, giving up the objects of sense gratification, being freed from attachment and hatred, one who lives in a secluded place, who eats little, who controls his body, mind and power of speech, who is always in trance and who is detached, free from false ego, false pride, false strength, lust, anger, and acceptance of material things, free from false proprietorship, and peaceful, such a person is certainly elevated to the position of self-realization. One who is thus transcendentally situated at once realizes the Supreme Brahman and becomes fully joyful. He never laments or desires to have anything. He is equally disposed towards every living entity. In that state, he attains pure devotional service unto me. One can understand me as I am, as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, only by devotional service, and one is in full consciousness of me by such devotion, he can enter into the kingdom of God. Though engaged in all kinds of activities, my pure devotee, under my protection, reaches the eternal and imperishable abode by my grace. In all activities, just depend upon me, and work always under my protection. In such devotional service, be fully conscious of me. If you become conscious of me, you will pass over all the obstacles of conditioned life by my grace. If, however, you do not work in such consciousness, but act through false ego, not hearing me, you will be lost. If you do not act according to my direction and do not fight, then you will be falsely directed. By your nature, you will be engaged in warfare. Under illusion, you are now declining to act according to my direction. But compelled by work born of your nature, you will act the same, O son of Kunti. The Supreme Lord is situated in everyone's heart, O Arjuna, and is directing the wanderings of all living entities, who are seated as on a machine made of the material energy. O scion of Bharata, surrender unto him utterly. By his grace you will attain transcendental peace and the supreme and eternal abode. Thus I have explained to you knowledge and still more confidential. Deliberate on this fully, and then do what you wish to do. Because you are my very dear friend, I am speaking to you my supreme instruction, the most confidential knowledge of all. Hear this from me, for it is for your benefit. Always think of me, become my devotee, worship me, and offer your homage unto me. Thus you will come to me without fail. I promise you this is because you are my very dear friend. Abandon all varieties of religion and just surrender unto me. I shall deliver you from all sinful reactions. Do not fear. This confidential knowledge may never be explained to those who are not austere or devoted or engaged in devotional service, nor to one who is envious of me. For one who explains the supreme secret to the devotees, pure devotional service is guaranteed, and at the end he will come back to me. There is no servant in this world more dear to me than he, nor will there ever be one more dear. And I declare that he who studies the sacred conversation of ours worships me by his intelligence. And one who listens with faith and without envy becomes free from sinful reactions and attains to the auspicious planets where the pious dwell. O son of Pritha, O conqueror of wealth, have you heard this with an attentive mind? And are you ignorance and illusions now dispelled? Arjuna said, My dear Krishna, O infallible one, my illusion is now gone. I have regained my memory by your mercy. I am now firm and free from doubt and am prepared to act according to your instructions. Sanjaya said, Thus have I heard the conversation of two great souls, Krishna and Arjuna. And so wonderful is that message that my hair is standing on end. By the mercy of Vyasa, I have heard these most confidential talks directly from the master of all mysticism, Krishna, who is speaking personally to Arjuna. O king, as I repeatedly recall this wondrous and holy dialogue between Krishna and Arjuna, I take pleasure, being thrilled at every moment. O king, as I remember the wonderful form of Lord Krishna, I am struck with wonder more and more, and I rejoice again and again. Wherever there is Krishna, the master of all mystics, and wherever there is Arjuna, the supreme archer, there will certainly be opulence, victory, extraordinary power, and morality. That is my opinion.
गीताशास्त्रमिदं पुण्यं यः पठेत् प्रयतः पुमान् विष्णोः पदमवाप्नोति भयशोकादिवर्जितः गीताध्ययनशीलस्य प्राणायामपरस्य च नैव सन्ति हि पापानि पूर्वजन्मकृतानि मलिने मोचनं पुंसां जलस्नानं दिने दिने सकृद्गीताम्भसि स्नानं संसारमलनाशनं गीता सुगीता कर्तव्या किमन्यैः शास्त्रविस्तरैः या स्वयं पद्मनाभस्य मुखपद्माद्विनिसृता भारतामृतसर्वस्वं विष्णोर्वक्त्राद्विनिसृतं गीता गङ्गोदकं पीत्वा पुनर्जन्म न विद्यते सर्वोपनिषदो गावो दोग्धा गोपालनन्दनः पार्थो वत्सः सुधीर्भोक्ता दुग्धं गीतामृतं महत् एकं शास्त्रं देवकी पुत्रगीतम् एको देवो देवकी पुत्र एव एको मन्त्रस्तस्य नामानि यानि कर्माप्येकं तस्य देवस्य सेवा हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे श्री श्री गीता जयंती महोत्सव की जय
Hare Krishna. Thank you all so much for joining. They've already rung the shankha for the next arati. I would like to quickly go through the list of participants. There was about 30 participants in total that chanted over the last 3.5 hours. So, Dhyanam was by Sukasagari Devi. Patita Pavan Prabhu gave the section summary for the first 6 chapters. Aditya, Atharva, Sridham, and then the entire Shloka class kids, they recited the 3rd chapter. Yashasvi, Sandhya Mataji, Aradhya, Kavya, Ananteshwara Prabhu, he did the 2nd section summary. Swastika, Manasi, Aditya, Aryaman, Yash, Dravin, Gokul, Harikirtan, Yati Nirupati, Rishabh, and finally Sundari Radhika Mataji, she did the 3rd section summary. Akul, Akshar, Vaidehi, Radhika, Suhani, Mihika, Raghavan, and finally Gita Mahatmyam by Gopika Mataji. So this was wonderful. We did it twice, once on the first Monday, the actual Ekadashi, and today, the public festival. I checked the calendar for next year. It's coming on a Sunday, 20th December, so please mark your calendars. There'll be only one festival you don't want to miss. It's the Ekadashi day, and we will have the kids, lead the chanting. So 20th of December, 2026. So with that, please place the cushions where they belong, and ladies can stand to the right of Neela Madhav, and gentlemen can stand to the left of Radharani. Thank you so much. Hare Krishna.
Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatyadishatarine.
You can keep that much visual. Increase the volume.
Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaura Bhaktarinda. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shrivasadi Gaura Bhaktarinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Hare
Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Rama Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol.
Jayom Nityalila Prabhishtom Vishnupad Paramahansa Parivrajagacharya Stotra Satas Divine Grace Shila Abhecharana Ravinda Bhakti Vedanta Swami Shila Prabhupada Ki Jayom Nityalila Prabhishtom Vishnupad Paramahansa Parivrajagacharya Stotra Satas Divine Grace Shila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada Ki Shila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Thirobhava Mava Utsava Ki Ananta Koti Vaishnavinda Ki नामाचार्य श्री हरिदास ठाकुर की श्री रूप श्री सनातन भट्ट रघुनाथ श्री जीव गोपाल भट्ट दास रघुनाथ सद गोस्वामी प्रभु की प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौर भक्तवृंद की श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरि गोवर्धन की ब्रजभूमि श्री वृंदावन धाम की श्री मायापुर नवदीप धाम की गंगा मैया की यमुना देवी की भक्ति देवी की तुलसी देवी की हरिनाम संकीर्तन की श्रीमद् भगवद गीता की परम विजयते श्री कृष्ण संकीर्तन की श्री निताय गौर प्रेमानंदी. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the lotus feet of Shri Guru and Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. இவ்வளோ பெரிய காலனே ஏன் இவ்வளோ பெரிய
மூர்த்தியை தான் கேட்குறேன்.
நீங்க தான் மூர்த்தி My God. Oh, Krishna. जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी जय गोपी जन वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी गोपी जन वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी यशोदा नंदन ब्रज जन रंजन 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 यमुना तीर वनचारी यमुना तीर वनचारी जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी जय राधा माधव कुंज बिहारी कुंज बिहारी गौर प्रेमानंदी जयम विष्णुपाद परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य अष्टोत्तर सत्य divine grace शिला चरणारविंद भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी शिला प्रभुपाद की अनंत कोटि वैष्णवंद की निताय गौर प्रेमानंदी all glories to the assembled devotees all glories to the assembled devotees all glories to the assembled devotees all glories to the lotus feet Shri Shri Guru and Gauranga. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Narayanam Namaskritya Naram Chaiva Narottamam Devim Saraswatim Vyasam Tatho Jayarmudirayet नष्टप्रायेषु अभद्रेषु नित्यं भागवत सेवया भगवतीरुत्तमश्लोके भक्तिर्भवति नैष्टिकी. हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे. So we like to welcome everybody here. We have our So he's from our Indian consulate, Prashant Sola. So kindly give him a big round of applause. Actually, I was not supposed to speak today. His Holiness Hanumat Prashak Maharaj was supposed to speak, but because he's feeling a little under the weather, so I have been asked to speak on his behalf. I don't know if I'm going to do justice, but by all of your blessings, perhaps I could speak something which may be inspiring to all of you about the Bhagavad Gita. So, today, if you see on the altar, we got a lot of Bhagavad Gitas which have been arranged very nicely on the altar. Last Monday, on Ekadasi, Mokshada Ekadasi, was the anniversary of the Bhagavad Gita. Which anniversary is that? 5,162nd anniversary of the song of Lord Krishna, which he spoke where? Where did he speak the Bhagavad Gita? Kurukshetra. So what is the first verse in the Bhagavad Gita? Dharmakshetre Kurukshetre Samaveta Yuyutsava Mamakaha Pandavas Chaiva Kim Akurvata Sanjaya. Okay? So it starts with Dharma. So the Bhagavad Gita, the first word is Dharma Kshetre, right? So the Lord says, what does he say in the Bhagavad Gita? Yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata abhyuttanam adharmasya tadatmanam srajamiham. So Krishna says that whenever there is a rise of irreligion, glanir means a discrepancy in true religion, something which is an I appear yuge, again and again in different yugas. So this is the Lord's mercy. So Dwapara Yuga, Krishna appeared, and in the onset of Kali Yuga, Krishna left, right? But Krishna left behind the most wonderful literature, the Bhagavad Gita. So actually there's no difference between Krishna and his words. Just like there's no difference between Krishna and his holy name. Are you all aware that Krishna's name and him are not different? Are you all convinced about that? That's a very important thing for us to be convinced. That Krishna's form is non-different than him. Krishna's name is non-different in him. Krishna's activities are not different than him. Krishna's qualities are not different than him. Nama, Rupa, Guna, Leela. So it all starts from the name of Krishna. From the name, everything else manifests. So now the Lord is most wonderful. In which religion the song of God is recorded? In the Sanatan Dharma, religion of Sanatan Dharma, the song of God is recorded. Every one of his word he spoke is recorded. How precious that is. Think about it. If your child let's say if your generation, 100 generations from now, this Bhagavad Gita will be there. It's indestructible. 100 generations from now, if one child asks, what did God says? Here, my child, this is what God said. Isn't that amazing? Isn't that most wonderful? Right? So, it has been recorded for posterity. Now, interestingly, Srila Prabhupada, our founder Acharya, he named our society International Society for Krishna Consciousness. Many people say, Swamiji, why are you making this sectarian? Just call it International Society for God Consciousness. So many people will join. People may think Krishna is some sectarian God. So why are you doing this? Say, no, Krishna is saying himself, he is God. Why shouldn't I say God? I should say this is God's name, Krishna. So therefore this is International Society for Krishna Consciousness. Right? So, in the Bhagavad Gita, you all know the first verse itself talks about intrigue. Dhritarashtra has separated the sons of Pandu and his sons as two different parties. In Vedic culture, if my brother has a child, that child is also my child. In Vedic culture, it's not like my brother's child is not my child. So Pandu and Dhritarashtra, they were brothers. So, but Dhritarashtra had become so miserly, he couldn't see that the sons of Pandu, who were young when their father died, he couldn't see them as his own son. Therefore, he said, what did my sons and the sons of Pandu do now that they've arrayed in the battlefield? This itself shows that it's very opportune to speak the Bhagavad Gita. When a king like Dhritarashtra is ruling over the entire planet, thinks like that. So it's a perfect occasion to speak the Bhagavad Gita. All right? So what is the mood of a devotee? What is the mood of a devotee? Prabhupada, when one reporter asked Prabhupada, Swamiji, what is the purpose of your society? Prabhupada said, Sarva Sukhena Bhavantu. Let the whole world become happy. That's our mission. So the Bhagavad Gita is that literature which will make the whole world happy. Why? Because it's centered around Krishna. Just like you all have a family, everybody here have a family. Why does a family stay together? Because the children see that my father is common to all my siblings, my mother is common to all my siblings, so the family stays together. In those days in India, it was not just mother and father. Grandfather used to be there, great-grandfather used to be there. Everybody saw some commonality, therefore they all lived together. So only when Krishna is put in the center, this whole world can coexist peacefully. There's no other formula. Krishna says, Bhoktaram Jakya Tapasam, Sarva Loka Maheswaram, Surida Sarva Dehinam. This is the Santim. This is the formula for Shanti. Everybody wants Shanti. Shantihi, Om Shantihi, Shantihi, Shantihi. You all heard that, right? Not just by throwing some ghee into the fire, Shanti is going to come. Shanti will only come when you keep Krishna in the center. So Prabhupada also named, interestingly, the Bhagavad Gita as Bhagavad Gita as it is. Why? What is the title itself indicating? That means there are Bhagavad Gitas which are as it should be, as it may be, as it could be, as it's not. So therefore, Prabhupada said, Bhagavad Gita as it is. In Hindi, it's called Bhagavad Gita Yatha Roop. In Tamil, it's called Bhagavad Gita Unmai Uruvil. What is it called in Telugu? Eda Tat or something like that? Gujarati, what is it called? Marathi. So every language you will see, there will be as it is. And even Spanish is called Bhagavad Gita tal como es. So in Chinese also it's like that. So why is it as it is? Because there's so many translations of the Bhagavad Gita. Somebody went into a prison, then he decided that he wanted, this actual story, he wanted to write a commentary on the Bhagavad Gita. Since I've got so much free time, what is the value of his Bhagavad Gita? What is the value of a Bhagavad Gita from a felon? That's why we devotees, we even go into the prison to distribute Bhagavad Gita, to give Bhagavad Gita class. We have the prison ministry. And people have become devotees from the prison. You'll be amazed. So, there's no... Why is Prabhupada's Bhagavad Gita so powerful? Why? Because Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, I imparted this science to Vivaswan. What is that verse? Imam vivasvate yogam proktavan aham avyayam. First, he imparted this knowledge to Vivaswan. Millions and millions and millions years ago. And who is Vivaswan? The Surya Vangsha. Where Lord Ramachandra comes in the Surya Vangsha. Ikshvaku, Maharaj Ikshvaku comes in. And that got passed to Manu, to Ikshvaku, and like that it comes. That comes in the Surya Vangsha. Then there's also the Chandra Vangsha is there. Krishna comes from the Chandra Vangsha. Okay? So Krishna appears many thousands, millions in the Chandra Vangsha, but Krishna first imparted this message to the Surya Vangsha. Raghu Vangsha. So, evam parampara praptam imam rajarishiyo vidu. This message was received through parampara. Sakala neha mahatta yoga nashta parantapa. He says this message was transmitted by parampara. What does parampara means? Parampara means an unbroken chain of spiritual teachers who do not adulterate the message of the Gita. For that matter, the Srimad Bhagavatam. For that matter, the Vedic literatures. The moment you put in your own interpretation, the potency of the Bhagavad Gita is lost. So therefore, when people interpret the Bhagavad Gita according to their own ideas, own mentality, own inclinations, the message is lost. Therefore, Krishna says, when this is lost, I come back to re-establish religion. So therefore, as devotees, we have to very, very carefully present the Bhagavad Gita as we have received from Srila Prabhupada. And Srila Prabhupada received this message from his Guru Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur. In fact, today is the disappearance anniversary of Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, who is considered the foremost scholar in modern times. When he was 7 years old, he could recite the entire Bhagavad Gita and he can explain every single verse. He's called Shrutidhar. Once he hears, once he remembers. So, on the order of Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur, Srila Prabhupada came to the West to spread the message of the Bhagavad Gita and the Bhagavatam and of course the holy name of Krishna, Hare Krishna mantra, Mahamantra. So, all of us want to see peace in this world. Of course, in India, there's a great revival now of Sanatan Dharma, right? But how do we get Sanatan Dharma? Can we just talking about Sanatan Dharma will become Sanatan Dharma? No. Sanatan Dharma means it has to be based on real, absolute truth. Krishna says in the Arjuna, what does Arjuna, when he sees Krishna, he realizes, Param Brahma, Param Dhamma, Pavitram Paramam Bhavan. You are the Param Brahma. You are the supreme absolute truth. Param Brahma, Param Dhamma, you are the supreme shelter. Pavitram, you are the purest. Purusham, you, Shashvatam, you are the most ancient person. Adi Devam, you are the original. And you are the Vibhu, the most potent. So only when we receive message like Arjuna, we will get the Bhagavad Gita. We have to first of all accept Krishna as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. We need to have at least that level of faith. Now, you may think, well, Bhagavad Gita is there, some other literatures are there, what's the big? Now, the greatest authorities in India, Shankaracharya. Who doesn't know Shankaracharya? He has glorified the Bhagavad Gita. He says, if you read the Bhagavad Gita, just a little bit of the Bhagavad Gita, Kinchidadita, Ganga, Jalalabha, Kanika, Pita. He says, if you read a little bit of the Bhagavad Gita every day, you take little Ganges water, you will not be interrogated by Yamaraj. How many of you all want to be interrogated by Yamaraj? Nobody, right? Because Yamaraj will have a long list. Chitragupta. You know who Chitragupta? He is the accountant who keeps track of all our activities, especially sinful activities. Oh, you did this. He says, 65 years ago on such and such a day, you did this. He is the perfect logger. He logs everything. You shot at a bird. You killed a bird. You may even forgotten. He say you killed such and such a bird. Why did you do that? You cannot play stupid. But Shankaracharya says, first of all he says, Bhaja Govindam, Bhaja Govindam, Govindam Bhaja Mudamate. When Shankaracharya says we are Mudamate, we better accept. Right? He says we are actually fools. Because we are not accepting the message, we are not worshipping Govinda. Anybody, according to Shankaracharya, anybody who doesn't worship Govinda is a fool. So I'm glad you all have come here, you all are not fool, because you all came to worship Govinda. Then he says, Samprapte sannihite kale nahi nahi rakshati dukran karane. So this is another warning Shankaracharya is saying, you are interpreting all this Shastra according to your logic and your argument. All this is not going to help you at your time of death. When time comes, when you're in your last breath taking, you think your logic and your arguments and your debating skills are going to help you? Only Govinda can help you. So, like that, Ramanujacharya, the great Acharya, has written a commentary on the Bhagavad Gita called Gita Bhashya. Shripad Madhvacharya, the great Acharya, in whose line we come, he has commented on the Srimad Bhagavad Gita. He took the commentary of the Bhagavad Gita and actually went to, where did he go? Badrikashram to meet Vyasadev and get his endorsement. Madhvacharya went. And Vyasadeva personally blessed his commentary. Now, like that, we have great acharyas. Sridhar Swami has written the Subodhini Tika on the Bhagavad Gita. Then Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti called Sarartha Varshini, he has written the Bhagavad Gita commentary. And Baladev Vidyabhushana, who Prabhupada dedicates this Bhagavad Gita to, wrote a commentary called Gita Bhushana. So such great, brilliant people have delved into the most nectarian message of the Bhagavad Gita. If they have preoccupied their most valuable time in the Bhagavad Gita, you think it's something cheap? Just some other literature? Now, what wonderful thing Srila Prabhupada did. Why is this Bhagavad Gita made millions of devotees? Why is that? Because he's preserved the message of Lord Krishna. He's preserved the message of the parampara, of the acharyas. And he has drawn from all their commentaries. And he's condensed them into the Bhakti Vedanta purports. Therefore, this Bhagavad Gita is most potent. You will see the same verses, the some Sanskrit verses, but you will see the commentaries which really throw light on the verses. When light is there, you can see everything clearly. Reading Bhagavad Gita without a proper commentary, without an authorized commentary, is like almost with a very dim light you're trying to read the Bhagavad Gita. The words, the realizations, the elucidations of the great teachers, they throw light on the Bhagavad Gita. Just like when this room is lit, this temple is lit so nicely, we can see every one of here. Imagine if there's no light in the house. No light in this temple. We can't be seeing each other. Let's say the altar lights go off. So the message, the commentaries of the great spiritual masters coming in the line of parampara is just like the light and throw on the Bhagavad Gita. So, and Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, what is the first lesson Krishna tells Arjuna? Arjuna, we goes in front of the battlefield, and Arjuna says, please take me in front of the Kauravas. I want to see who are those people keen on fighting with me, or who I have to fight in battle with. Arjuna already knows who he has to fight with. Why is he asking Krishna that? Now, we may not give much consideration, we chant the Bhagavad Gita, but the acharyas have said Arjuna has already lost his determination to fight. Because Arjuna, like a powerful warrior, why is he telling Krishna, please take me in front of the battlefield. I want to see who are the people assembled here to fight with me. He knows Bhishma Dev is there, he knows Dronacharya is there, he knows Karna is there. He knows Duryodhan is there, he knows Dushashan is there, he knows Aswatthama is there, he knows Kripacharya is there. So why is he saying this? That means he's already lost this because of his attachment to all these people. He's already lost. So this is why we need to, the acharyas, why is he saying? Because he's already lost his determination to fight. And then Krishna brings him in front of, he could have brought him in front of Dushashan. Dushashan who disrobed Draupadi. Such uncouth. But Krishna didn't bring. He brought in front of Bhishma Dev and Dronacharya, the most affectionate elders. Furthermore, Arjuna is more confused now. Then Arjuna gives all kind of mundane reasons, very philosophical, very brilliant arguments why he shouldn't fight. After Arjuna, Krishna was listening very patiently. Then you know what Krishna says his first word, Arjuna, you're speaking like a big pandit, but you are actually fool number one. But Arjuna is not like us. Don't think Arjuna is like us under Maya. Krishna threw Arjuna in Maya so he can speak the Bhagavad Gita to Arjuna. For whose purpose? For our purpose. Arjuna is already a pure devotee. Now Arjuna's problem is huge. He has to fight his grandfather, his teacher, his very beloved uncles, family members, Bratran, his brothers, his uncles. You think your problem is big? If you lost your job, you think that problem is big? Nothing compared to Arjuna's problem. So Krishna speaks the Bhagavad Gita. He says, Arjuna, the problem with you is you have accepted yourself as the body. Anything related to the body is become very dear to you. Such a powerful message. Isn't that a fact? If we accept our body as ourselves, all problems starts from there. It's just like your foundation itself is a faulty foundation. Whatever you build on top of that is going to collapse. So Krishna talks about the soul, right? What is the soul? What is the body? What is the difference? What is nature? What is time? Who is he? What's the living entity? Aham sarvasya prabhavo matta sarvam pravart. Everything comes from him, Krishna says. Aham bija pradapita. I'm the seed-giving father of everything. So the first 6 chapters, Krishna explains many things to Arjuna to kind of get him off the platform of the mental platform. You know, you can give up your body easily, but you cannot give up your mind, intelligence, and ego. It takes you to your next life. If you think when you die, this body is gone, everything is finished, no. Only the body is finished, only the gross body is finished, but the subtle body survives and takes you to the next life. Yam yam vapi smaran bhavam tyajiti ante kalevaram tam tam evaiti tu kaunteya sada tad bhava bhavita. Krishna says, whatever thoughts, whatever thing you remember at the time of death, that nature you shall attain. Don't have any doubts about this. So, and then Krishna hides the most secretive knowledge in the Bhagavad Gita in the middle 6 chapters, from 7 to 12. Just like when you invite somebody into your home, will you show all your jewelry to them in the living room? No. You will just say, this is like an ordinary home. We are average people. But when you become so trustworthy and trust and you love somebody, then you can take them and open up the safe and show, this is all I have. Krishna did the same thing. So he hides the confidential message in the Bhagavad Gita in the middle 6 chapters. He talks about bhakti, what is the nature of bhakti, what is the nature of the bhakta. And finally Krishna also says, bhaktya mam abhijanati. Yovam what is that verse? Tatvataha. Only by bhakti you can understand me. You think if you become a Sanskrit scholar, you will understand Krishna? How many of you think if you recite the whole Bhagavad Gita, you have understood Krishna? Or even you have committed to memory, you have understood Krishna. Many people in India have committed the Bhagavad Gita to memory, 700 verses. Just in perfect meter they can chant. But do you think they have understood the message of the Bhagavad Gita? I want to recite one small incident. When Lord Chaitanya went to his tour of South India, he stayed at a place called Sri Rangam, very famous place. So how many of you all have been to Sri Rangam? Very wonderful city. It's like a city, a temple. The city is built around the temple. And the Lord there is in an inclined pose, reclining pose on Sheshanag. So Lord Chaitanya lived there for 4 months during the rainy season called Chaturmas. Then one day he saw one Brahmana. He was an illiterate Brahmana. He was so impoverished, he didn't even was able to learn proper Sanskrit. So he was reading the Bhagavad, but some of the other learned Brahmanas, they were ridiculing him. Hey Brahmin, what are you? You don't even know how to read. What are you trying to read the Bhagavad Gita? Then he was tears continuously coming from eyes. When Lord Chaitanya says this, why is this devotee, why is this Brahmana crying and holding the Bhagavad Gita? So he said, oh my dear Brahmin, why are you crying about? Oh my dear sir, my Guru Maharaj told me that I should read the Bhagavad Gita. But it appears like you don't know how to read the Bhagavad Gita. Yes, sir, that is true because I'm illiterate. But since my Guru Maharaj has ordered me, I have to follow his order. Okay, that is very nice. You're a very sincere disciple. But why is it that you are crying? Oh, when I opened the Bhagavad Gita, immediately the memory of Krishna driving the chariot for Arjuna, the supreme lord of the entire creation, Sarva Sarveshwar. Krishna is Sarveshwareshwareshwar. He has become such a menial servant for his devotee, driving his chariot. Arjuna is telling, take me there, Krishna. Take me there, Krishna. Krishna is taking him like a menial servant. When I think of that, I become overwhelmed because of his love for his devotees. I cannot contain myself. And Lord Chaitanya embraced this Brahmana. You have understood the message of the Bhagavad Gita. Because the real message of the Bhagavad Gita is to become a devotee of Krishna. So therefore, this Bhagavad Gita is written in the pure bhakti tradition. Not in the Gyan tradition, not in the Karma tradition, not in the Advaita tradition, in the Vaishnava tradition. So therefore, if you want to know about somebody, what will you do? If you cannot talk to that person, you will go and talk to a person who knows that person very closely, isn't it? Will you go to some stranger who doesn't know that person to find out about this person? No. So therefore, Bhagavad Gita can only be learned from a devotee, the real essence of the Bhagavad Gita. So since Prabhupada was the topmost devotee, his commentaries have made millions of devotees. Isn't that a fact? Without this Bhagavad Gita, we will not be sitting here today. Because the message of the Gita penetrated the heart of so many devotees. They took the message to heart and they preached the message. Because of that, the whole world now knows about the Bhagavad Gita. The whole world knows about the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. The whole world knows about Radha Krishna. The whole world knows about Lord Chaitanya. Isn't that a fact? The whole world practically knows about Vrindavan, Mahabharata. So this is the value of Bhagavad Gita when it's transmitted according to the desire and will of Krishna. This is the amazing potency it has. So today, this month is a very special month. This is the month where Krishna spoke the Bhagavad Gita. So we will distribute Bhagavad Gitas very profusely. This year ISKCON's target is what? 4.6 million? 4.6 million Bhagavad Gitas is our target to distribute. And our temple, we have committed to 5,500 Bhagavad Gitas. At least. Okay, we want to outdo that target. So we are short of how many Bhagavad Gitas? 90 cases into 16. 90 into 16 Bhagavad Gita. Huh? Paperback. 24 paper, how about hardcover? 16. So we're sponsoring the hardback or the... Either one. Okay. So we would like every one of you here, if you really want to benefit society, you sponsor at least one box of the Bhagavad Gita. There's either 16 hardcover in there or 24 soft cover Bhagavad Gitas. This you will do real benefit to society. There's a saying, if somebody is hungry, maybe it's not, you don't just give them a fish, you teach them how to fish. So you really want to benefit, this is a saying, we really want to benefit really somebody to turn their life around. You can't just give them $10, $20, they will spend it and blow it away. You really give them true knowledge about who they are, who Krishna is, what is their relationship. That is real welfare. That is real welfare, because it will stay with them eternally. It will stay with them eternally. It will stay after their body is gone. It will stay with them until they go to the spiritual world. So that is real welfare. So we will stop here. Our book distribution stalwart, Patita Pavan Prabhu, has got a presentation. He's going to speak about our book distribution efforts and what is, why we do this. Okay, so after him, I will get on the mic again. Then I will make sure either you pull out your credit card or you pull out your cell phone. We'll make it very easy. Zelle, PayPal, credit card, you pay, they pay, father pay, mother pay, all options we have. Okay? So I'll stop here. I've spoken enough. I think the message must be very clear. Okay, now you make the announcements now. Please go ahead. Thank you so much.
Hare Krishna. Rasikendra Prabhu, thank you. So before he takes the microphone away again, we're going to request Mr. Prashantji Sona. He's representing our Consul General's office. Unfortunately, Consul General Mr. Manjunath will not be able to attend because he's traveling. So he's going to say a few words. As we all know, the Consul General of India is co-sponsoring or supporting our efforts of celebrating Gita Jayanti.
Hare Krishna. It's my privilege and blessings to be here, present here and represent my Consul General, Mr. D.C. Manjunath, on this occasion. I'm feeling really privileged and I think it's a purva karma, some punya karma, so that I can get this opportunity to be here and listen to the knowledge, true knowledge that we are getting here. As a government of India policy, government is trying to revive the Indian culture's values. Like you should know that yoga, now it's international yoga, is being celebrated all over the world. So now government is planning to develop the vital knowledge of Gita to the whole world. And that's why the Gita Jayanti is being celebrated by the government, supported by the government of India all over the world. And we have been instructed, all our missions and embassies are being instructed to participate and help the community organizations who are actively involved in the Gita aspect of knowledge, to support them and to be engaged with them, so that this knowledge can get to the people that need. Because like Gita is the world we are seeing around. That Arjuna has his own war, but now the whole world is surrounded by the war we see. So the Gita has never been more relevant than the today. So, and of course it will every day be relevant. So it's the government policy, because as an Indian tradition, we believe in all world is about a family, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So it's a government of India's policy also to align with that this knowledge is spread to everybody, and that's we are doing. Helping here and supporting all kind of initiatives. We have partnered with Gita Parivar also. Last week I was there. They were doing the Gita Jayanti and they are doing the Gita class, Leave Gita. So that's a good initiative. Of course, everybody have their own capacity, everybody have their own dimensions, and everybody their own perspective. So, but it's a collective work, and everybody should combine their efforts together for achieving any bigger goal, because it's a continuous. It cannot be finished. It will go on like practice. It's a practice that Gita said. Krishna said abhyas. So it will always be abhyas. It can never be complete. So it has to be done like that. So it's really a pleasure that ISKCON is doing such a wonderful job here, and I heard that 56,000 books is a target, and I think a community can and will help and to achieve this target. Not only achieve this target, but to suppress this target. So I urge upon all to cooperate the way you can. It can be tan, man, dhan, anything. It can be all three or all two or one. So anything that we should be like contributing to the greater cause. So, and in this context, I just want to inform that you may be happy to learn that Deepavali is being recognized as the World Heritage. In the December, only 10 December, it is going to, ISKCON is going to recognize Diwali as the like a heritage of humanity. So this is Swamiji was telling the revival of the Sanatana Dharma. So this is of course, it's a revival of the Indian system of knowledge that the world is accepting, and ISKCON is acceptance by ISKCON is acceptance of the world. So it's a great achievement I want to share, and everybody can celebrate and everybody can cherish that achievement. And of course, with that, on the Gita, I'm nobody to speak on that great, so I will not attempt to do that. I'm listening, and I am getting the enlightenment. Thanks everybody for giving the chance. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Prashant Sonaji, Honorable Prashant Sonaji, for being here, Deputy Consul General of our Consulate of India. And we are very fortunate to have them co-organize or co-sponsor this event to distribute this wonderful knowledge of Bhagavad Gita. And so, as a small token of our appreciation, we would like to give a small gift to Prashant Sonaji and his wife, good wife.
Okay, now, so I'll do a quick presentation on our Live to Give campaign. This is Live to Give 2025, which is running between September 7th, began September 7th until January 7th. But our major push is during Prabhupada Marathon, which takes place during this month of December. So our worldwide goal is to distribute 4.6 million Bhagavad Gitas. And this is our statistics for the past about 5 years. We're looking for about a 10% increase in Bhagavad Gita distribution. So starting in 2020 is when this campaign started to pick up. And in 2020, we did 2.1 million Bhagavad Gitas worldwide. The next year, 2.8 million. 2022, 3.5 million. 2023, 3.7 million. And in 2024, 4.5 million. So we're hoping this year to come again with a slight increase to 4.6 million, reaching towards our goal of 5 million Bhagavad Gitas in 2026. And Haribo, Hari Hari! So this, more so than just a one-time goal, we want this to be a bench line, that we don't go any further, any time below this again, every year increasing from 5 million onward, that we continue to flood the world with Srila Prabhupada's books, with Krishna's instructions. So this is our results from America. Last year in our Live to Give campaign, we did 221,657 Bhagavad Gitas. And you can see all these little dots on the map. These are all the different communities around America which are participating. So we're getting a lot of participation across our society in America. Around 50 or more communities are participating. And in Houston, or in Texas, we have 5 communities: Dallas, Cedar Park, Austin, McKinney, and Houston. But although you can't see the numbers, I can see them. Dallas was leading the way, and still they have a goal which is larger than ours. So Houston's a much larger temple. We should be able to increase and compete a little more with our sister temple Dallas. I mean, last year we did 4,700 and they did 6,000. So we've got a little ways to go to push past them. But we should be leading not just Texas in book distribution, but we should be a powerhouse in all of America for book distribution. We have a wonderful community, beautiful deities that are so merciful, and we have a huge city of diverse people who are ready and willing to receive Bhagavad Gitas. So we just have to work together and we can see something wonderful happen here. This is our worldwide results across all the, actually we didn't do it Antarctica this year, but all the continents basically we've distributed books. One year we did distribute Bhagavad Gitas in Antarctica. So we have America at 248,000, South America at 10,000, Africa 17,000, Europe 78,000, India did the lion's share with 4 million Bhagavad Gitas, Oceania, Australia area 35,000, and then we have the Far East. This is quite profound. They did 116,000. This includes the Islamic states, states where they can't distribute Bhagavad Gitas, but they're distributing profound numbers of Bhagavad Gita, both inside and outside of the countries. So this is a lot of special mercy for those devotees taking part in that service. And 2020, this is Gita on the Rise for ISKCON of Houston, specifically our community. In 2020, we did 2,600 Bhagavad Gitas. This was our first big year on book distribution since the Brahmachari Ashram was started. The next year in 2021, we did 1,434, which is about 44% decrease. So we hit a little hole. And in 2022, we picked it back up to 2,400, and then had a large jump in 2023 with some inspiration from senior book distributors and participation from the community with 4,273, another 10% increase last year to 4,718, and we're hoping for at least a 16% increase to 5,500 Bhagavad Gitas, working our way toward at least 6,000 for next year distribution. So we want to continue to increase and bring Houston up to a high standing on Bhagavad Gita distribution. So this is our supposed goal, and this is a logo. Maybe most people are familiar with this. Srila Prabhupada really liked this logo. He liked it because this is Lord Chaitanya's movement. This is his mission, is to cover the earth with Krishna consciousness. He wanted every town and village to know his names. He wanted every town and village to know Krishna's names. So it's our mission and our service to act as his hands and feet in this world and carry out that service of spreading his mercy to all parts of the world. So we can do this. We can cover the world with Srila Prabhupada's books, with Krishna consciousness, and we'll experience a transformation in the atmosphere and a transformation in our own hearts and our own lives in which everything is becoming spiritualized. So the more we engage in this profound service, the more we taste this transcendental flavor. And Srila Prabhupada was very fond. He says, I blindly follow my Guru Maharaj, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, whose disappearance day is today. He said, I do not know what is the result, so I am stressing on this point of book distribution. He told me this personally. So this is one project I did when I was at Govardhan, Vrindavan, earlier this year during Kartik. I took some special kavachas all around. I might have them in my pocket here. Yeah. So these are special kavachas filled with dust from Vrindavan, Radhakund, Rupa Goswami Samadhi or Radha Damodar Temple, different places around Vrindavan, and I took them and bathed. I don't have pictures of all the places, but I bathed them in kunds all around Govardhan Hill. We have Nitin Kund, Apsara Kund, Ratna Kund, Uddhava Kund, so many kunds. Radha Kund is a large temple there, and at each one of these kunds is associated with great transcendental eternal associates of the Lord and pastimes of the Lord. And I was praying to each of these associates in all these pastimes and the special moods and praying for the mercy of all those persons who have these kavachas to be receiving their blessings. And especially in relation to book distribution, especially in relation to spreading Sanatana Dharma, spreading Krishna consciousness. So that's my presentation. This is the greatest investment. Everybody's looking for an investment. Everybody wants to start a 401k, but your 401k, it's finished. At the end of the day, it's finished. We die, it's gone. But this transcendental investment carries on, and the retirement plan is out of this world, guaranteed. So if you invest in this, there's no downside. It's all up. It's all positive. So please consider helping us in this effort, and Rasi Kunjabu will continue on with trying to rally some donations.
Somehow I've been given always the task of forcefully taking money, actually voluntarily, I don't force you. But so now that you've heard so much about this Bhagavad Gita, how it is transforming the world, how it's going to change your life, how it's going to change the life of the people you care about, or even you don't know, people you don't know about. Because let's say you sponsor Bhagavad Gita, this Bhagavad Gita, when given to a devotee, he may go and give it to somebody you don't even know about. In Christianity, there's a saying, when you give charity, your right hand should not know what your left hand is doing. Your left hand should not know what your right hand is doing. So when you give charity, you shouldn't think, Krishna, I'm giving you $100 today. Make sure you give me $1,000 tomorrow. That's not the spirit of charity. Charity means you give it simply from the goodness of your heart. You really want to help. So $125 per box of Bhagavad Gita. So how many of you here are going to sponsor? Let us see some hands. Gopinath Prabhu, how many? 1 box. Okay, are you taking down names? Gopinath Prabhu? Chetan Bhai? How many boxes? 2 boxes. Chetan Bhai, 2 boxes. Gopinath Prabhu, 1 box. Did I see somebody else? Yes, Bharat Bharat Patel, 2. Yes, Upendra Prabhu, 2 from Austin, Texas. Upendra Prabhu. And yes, one from Ila. Yeah, our expert idli maker. He's the best idli maker. Those of you who want to eat real idli, you have to come one of these days when he makes idlis. Yes, sir. What is your name, sir? Rajiv. Rajiv 1. Pooja Patel, 1 box. Is there 1 box? Now, the maximum is not 1. You can even sponsor 10. So just if you're thinking, I can only sponsor 1. Yes, sir. 1. Karthik. So make sure he's taking down the names, but you actually have to approach him to give your details and stuff. So anybody else here? 1 more box from John Henderson. Prabhakar, 1 box. Anjan, 1 box. If some of you want to be remaining anonymous, you don't want your name and fame to be spread all over the world, you can approach us very secretively and we will respect your anonymity. Anybody else? There should be, we wanted at least 50 boxes today. We haven't even we just got 10 maybe? Not even 10? This is not, this is ISKCON of Houston. Yes, so we have Jay Kumar, 1 box. Jay Kumar, 1 box. Anybody else here? Abhay Mohan, 1 box. If you're thinking, how come I'm not sponsoring? I've already done it, but I'll do 2 more boxes. Patitapam Prabhu, myself too. 1 anonymous, another anonymous. Sarang Thakur, 2 boxes. We only covered like about 1/5 of the temple. Somehow the temple is very sparsely populated today.
I already did 1 plus 1.
So Gopal Ramamurthy, another 1. We have Dhruva Pant, 1. Anybody else? This is an opportunity of a lifetime. Krishna is personally witnessing your sponsorship. Anybody else? Is somebody of y'all hiding behind chairs or walls, anything like that? So, looks like we've reached how many?
What about the Matajis?
The Matajis. The Matajis did their share. Now the Matajis have told the husband to do it. So, anybody else? Before we wrap it up? Yes? I couldn't hear you. Manju. Anju. Anju and Tulsi. One box. So how many have we reached today? Or at least during this session? You can come and see him later if you don't want to be kind of be seen doing this. There's going to be a book table in front of Goranga Hall, in front of the temple, in the lobby of the temple. So you can also go there. Now, of course, we've got different languages too. This applies to different languages too, right? It's more expensive for Indian languages. Okay? It's because, of course, if somebody wants to, distribute in some specific language, it's going to be harder, right? English, everybody knows. Anybody else? My another petition to the Bhakti Vriksha leaders, you have to take this message to your Bhakti Vriksha group and say that every one of your members should sponsor at least one box. Then actually you're really becoming a Bhakti Vriksha leader. All right? So that's important. All right, we'll wrap it up now. Thank you all so much. Srimad Bhagavad Gita ki. Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur ki. Srila Prabhupada ki. Nitai Gaur Premanandi.
Haribol. So, one more time. Patita Pavan Prabhu. Prabhu, please stand up so everyone can see you, because they need to come pay you. He's the one who will take your money. I think he does take credit card, cash, check. If you want to loan your children to him, he will probably accept them until you come back with the payment. He'll train them how to distribute the books. Thank you so much, Prabhu. We have two sponsors for our Sunday Feast program. We'd like to request the families that are here to come and offer arati to our deities when the pujaris offer the aratis. Shrikant, Parinam, Ashok Kumar and Lalita and their family are sponsoring today's Sunday Feast for the well-being and good health of their family. Also, Pooja and Ashish Patel are celebrating birthday of their daughters Ashi and Aradhya. Ashi and Aradhya here? They're here somewhere. Happy birthday to them. Anybody here for the first time? Thank you. Did you sponsor the Bhagavad Gita sets? Wonderful. So as you walk out, please stop by the front desk and accept a gift from us. Raghava Chaitanya Prabhu will take care of you. Thank you. Welcome. Consul General Office has sponsored 4 sets. Great. So wanted to share the book distribution number for the last week and then the last month. I'll give you 2 numbers for each category of our books that our distribution team distributes. Maha Books, 1,053 and 975 last month. So this month's going to be a big number. Big Books, 64 and 212 during the last month. Medium, 81 and 268. Small, 135 and 680. Total book, 1,333 for the last week and 2,135 for the last month. In addition, they also distributed 3 sets of Srimad Bhagavatam, and they had 5 new subscribers for Back to Godhead magazine. And if you do not have the magazine subscription, you can also let Patita Pavan Prabhu know, and he'll be able to get all the details for you and get you connected so that you receive this magazine that was so near and dear to Srila Prabhupada. Romapad Swami Maharaj will be back in Houston. He will be doing his annual Japa retreat starting this coming Friday. So Friday evening, all day Saturday, and all day Sunday. Registration is required for adults as well as children. And if you have not yet registered for Maharaj's annual Japa retreat, you can still do that by going to our website, iskonhouston.org/Japa Houston. So it's one word, Japa Houston. So please do that. I think it's $50 for the adults and maybe $25 or $30 for the young children up to age 12, 11 or 12. And it includes prasadam every day. So nothing can go wrong. So on Saturday and Sunday, you will get breakfast, lunch, and dinner, of course. And then on Friday, you will also get prasadam when Maharaj finishes his opening session. So please be sure to do that. Also, as we do this every year, on Christmas Day, December 25, we have an annual Christmas Day feast that we do here. And that is also the day when Rasikendra Prabhu will solicit gifts that our deities have given us a list for. How many of you are on our Telegram channel? Not many. Maybe you should be. But anyhow, our list that the deities and our pujaris have collected and gathered is also on our website. So when you go to our website and you'll see the event for Christmas Day feast, there is also a list of the gift items that the deities have requested. And it will be updated in the next couple of days because they have added some more items to the gift list. So you can either come here on Christmas Day, enjoy a wonderful feast, and make your gift to the deities. Rasikendra Prabhu will be here to solicit all the gift donors. So come prepared with your checkbook or make sure you have a credit card in your wallet. And he will also take cash. So Rasikendra Prabhu does this every year. He will wear his Santa Claus hat and he will make sure that the deities are taken care of because they have a long list of items that they are requesting every year. So it includes the paraphernalia for dressing the deities, all the items that it takes every day for dressing our deities, the ghee, the incense stick, the chandan, the oil that we use to massage the deities, and of course their jewelry and the outfit as well. So please be prepared, and we hope to see you. Come here, come forward, and make some contribution for the gifts that the deities have shared. So with that, the names, these are the sponsors that we have taken down for right now. So far, Maitreyi Rishidas Prabhu, Chaitanya Prabhu, Manamathananda Prabhu, Rohit Malya Prabhu, Vrindavani Mataji, Murali Mohan Prabhu, Sarvabhauma Prabhu, Gopinath Acharya Prabhu, Jaya Govinda Prabhu and Tulsi Priya Mataji, Pradeep and Kritika Kanan, Rasikendra Prabhu and Padaduli Mataji, Shakshad Hari Prabhu, Mahesh Menon, Uttama Bhakta Prabhu, Radha Krishna Prabhu, Amalanam Prabhu, Brahmansh Kaushik, Shama Supriya Mataji, Radha Vallabh Prabhu and Anandini Mataji, Kalpataru Mataji, Dwarkanath Prabhu and Subhadra Devi, Chirag and Yamini Bhatt, Guru Priya Mataji, Mamata Kalra, Pooja Patel, Birendra Mataji, Kirtan Nautiyal and family, Kishore Shahani, Nayana Amrita Prabhu, Bhakta Jo and Keshava Priya Devi, Vamsidhari Prabhu, Jay Kumara Prabhu, Lalita Priya Mataji, Ravi Lochana Prabhu, Anandini Gopi Mataji, Harold Dewitt or Josh, Satyavani Mataji and family, Sundar Gopal Prabhu, Milind, Bala, Rishika and Sachin, Vishnu Priya and Pushpa Mataji, Rama and Neil, Abhaya Prabhu, Raghava Chaitanya Prabhu, Kirti Lakshana Prabhu, Padma and Srinivasa, Vrindaranya Mataji, Madhavi and Nagendra, Mohan Natekar, Rupavati Kishori Mataji, Monisha Yaram, Raghu Vikram, Rupa Vilasa Prabhu, Shashwata Akrura Prabhu, Namananda Prabhu, Vraja Vinoda Prabhu, Rati Prabhu, Ruchiranana Mataji, Radha Charan Prabhu, Barsana Rani Mataji, Hari Vallabh Prabhu, Preeti and Karti Gundan, Shubhada Rampure, Niraj Patel, Uday Dalal, Mohan Raju, Janaki Kanta Prabhu, Charan and Anusha, Jill, Jayashri, Gita Was Apartments, Kiran Dharmapuri, Palit on the name of Shyamapada Niyogi, Raghunandan Bogarapu, Shubhada and Tushar Pawar, Prashant Vijayan, Sarmishta Mataji, Dr. Charan and Sai Manohar, Raghavendra Prabhu, Roshita Rathore, Rajesh Reddy from Atlanta, Mithri, Dipti and Naresh Vuduthala, Bhavesh Chashani, Suchi and Harish Shingiri, Siddhartha Quatra, Vasu Vermani, Muthu Vairam, Arumurugan, Shai Krishna, Malyavarapu, J. Srinivas, Swati Kataria, Madhusudan Prabhu, Shiva Adi Reddy, Anuj Thakur, Karthik Shivaram, Sugopi Radha Mataji, Srinivas Acharya Prabhu and Sundari Radhika Mataji, Krishna Naresh,